All right, recording is in progress. It's 9 o'clock, so good morning. Welcome to our goal setting retreat / workshop. Glad everybody could be here. I guess we'll do a roll call here.
Mayor Prudence,
I'm here.
Council President Blum,
Here.
Council Lutz, here, Council Ross,
Someone away.
Council Koch.
Here.
Marginal. Overview of the agenda. Am I going now or is somebody else?
I can take it. Yeah, so staff put together the agenda for to keep you awake. There's coffee, there's sugar, there's carbs. Feel free to refill. The purpose of today is to be pretty informal, right? To be able to have a dialogue, hear from staff, ask questions to staff. On the agenda, we have an opportunity to review the public input that you received through the open house. We did the survey. Of course, as city councilors, you probably hear from your constituents and residents almost on a daily basis, if not more. And so we kind of structured it as a way to kind of review the input into this next year. So review that input that we receive, hear from staff and ask questions to staff of where we're at on existing projects and on your other initiatives. We already did kind of go through a mid-year update on the city council goals for 2023-24. So you have some of that background. And then as we move into the afternoon, we'll have lunch, but we can kind of either make that a working lunch or we can take a break. We have a break built in to the morning as well. And then we kind of start building a consensus around the goals and hear from city councilors on ideas for new goals, and those can be influenced by the public input that we received or other ideas that we kind of had over the last couple of years, things that have been on the back burner that we're ready to elevate into the work plan. And so there'll be an opportunity for that dialogue, and then hopefully build a consensus and come up with the draft goals by the afternoon, which then is kind of the processes. Staff can help refine those, kind of draft those up, and then bring them back to council for adoption. And I imagine some wordsmithing as part of that process. So that's the structure. Again, this is kind of informal. So if the conversation goes this way or that way, that's okay. We just want to make sure we can things. There's a proposed goal in there somewhere that we can bring back in the afternoon to have it considered and see if there's at least 3 city councilors that want to put that on the plan for 2024-25. As far as the process, I think most of you, if not all, have gone through this before. Goal setting. So goal setting is done on an annual basis, but I think historically the city council has done it where we look at different categories or some of the broader kind of big picture goals every couple of years, and then sort of update the actions and strategies and objectives on an annual basis. Here we do fiscal year goals, which can be kind of confusing. Probably not if you've done it before, but coming in, there's a reason why I think we've aligned it that way, and it has to do with kind of syncing it up with the budget process, so that we set the goals early in the calendar year, so that then we can staff develop a work plan, build that into our proposed budget, and then council, you see that as you review the budget and adopt the budget, and then those goals become effective July 1. A lot of times what happens is we start working on some of these things, and as you see, with your existing goals and the revision staff have proposed, a lot of them will have continuing efforts, right? We have some big infrastructure, we have some other projects that take multi-years, so those remain sort of in the in front of us, and we kind of continue to kind of work towards those, and so we offer new objectives and work towards those bigger goals. So it's like we're kind of just reviewing kind of goals, why we do them, and how they fit into the larger picture of how the city is run. I think most of you have gone through the trainings as city councilors, have gone to LLC or PSC's boot camp to kind of know the importance of the city council role in setting policy and the vision and doing things like best practices, which is goal setting. Here in Sisters, we have Sisters Country Vision, which kind of provides a guidance for us. We also have a recently adopted comp plan, which is kind of your biggest policy document, right? That kind of guides sort of where the city is going in terms of these broader housing, livability, and making this an attractive community, and all those statements that we find in these big plans that we adopt over the years, right? And so, the goals are kind of your opportunity to come together as a team and with staff to kind of talk about what are those next steps, what are those next items to help achieve those policies and that vision. And one thing that is helpful for us, and hopefully for you, is that it helps staff be a part of that team, so we can advise you on what we have capacity for, what things will cost. Can we actually achieve that? Are we setting ourselves up for success? Because we like to, kind of remind you of the iceberg analogy, that the tip of the iceberg is kind of the council goals on a year-to-year basis. Those are the new initiatives that are adding to the community's livability. There are things that you're hearing from the community about. We need more traffic safety, or we really want you to look into a swimming pool. And below that tip of the iceberg is the bulk of the iceberg, right? 80% of the things that people don't really see anymore, that have just been, absorbed under the water of the ongoing core services that we do. Paving the roads, running and having a contract for, our public safety, making sure that, there's, the pump stations work and the streets are plowed, and, we're maintaining our parks. All that stuff that happens day to day is underneath the surface line. And it's the tip of the iceberg. It's the stuff that becomes more of a central focus for us as staff. And this is what the council wants us to do. And eventually some of that stuff may become just a part of the day-to-day, but this is the focus. These are the priorities that we're going to be held accountable for the next year. Does that make sense? Of course. It helps with the visuals of these things. So,
It's time.
it is time. So another way to kind of talk about how this works too is your role as city council. If you think of, we'll have to talk about, elevation and the flight plan analogy. Yeah, you're sitting at the 20 to 30, 40,000 foot level, right? You're overseeing the broader policy and the visions and the direction that the city is going. And you're looking over the landscape of like, how are we doing? Is this what we imagine the city of Sisters to be?
Really trying not to let people go out.
And not trying not to let the doors flood out. But your role is to make sure that staff is accountable, that we're tightening on those screws, right? So you hire a city manager to keep the plane intact, punch in the flight plan, take the steering wheel for you guys, and we're really at the runway level of managing the day-to-day stuff. We go up to the 10,000 foot level. It's, we're executing contracts, we're overseeing contractors, we're, managing staff and making sure that they're performing, reporting back to you. We're doing staff reports, we're developing a budget. You guys get to approve the contracts, approve the budget, make sure we're accountable, do evaluations for me to make sure that all your goals are being met. And so the goal setting is an important part of every year, having a chance to kind of check in, but also set the flight plan for the next year. So like I said, historically, we've done this on like a 2-year basis where we adopt kind of the broad categories. And I think we talked about last month or in December, we're not proposing to change those for this session today, although it's up to you guys, of course. I think what we heard from the public so far, and we'll get into that, and what we've been working on with council is that a lot of these goals are continuing. We have a lot of unfinished business within some of these categories. Obviously, made a lot of great progress, and now it's kind of what's next, for the city within these, essential infrastructure, housing, and building growth, especially have a lot of goals that we are going to do. That being said, there is an opportunity to talk, and we have room for that on the agenda, about new ideas, new goals fit into the work plan. Because you'll see that we have accomplished things that have kind of moved off the goal list. And so there is some capacity. Be cautious though, of course, of overloading with new ideas that we won't be able to execute on, because as you see, there's a lot going on, and we're only a staff of 17 people to be able to take care of this stuff. So those categories: housing, mobility, and growth, wildfire mitigation, community resiliency, economic development, essential infrastructure, good governance, environmental sustainability, and then we have to catch all for renewal, as just for renewal agency goals, which is important. I mean, we won't forget about that, but it's kind of you know, a little bit of a different, goal category. So any questions about the process?
Just a quick two question based on one of your earlier comments. As we go through, especially the public input, surely things going to pop at the top that we may want to discuss on the goal, but in order to keep it moving along, should we write those down and then bring them up when we get down into after the break and start talking about goal ideas and discussion, so we don't get sidetrailed. We go through all the other information that's in here. Is that what you for?
Yeah, that's kind of, we brought some, you know, boards to write down ideas too, kind of sideboard them as they come up, like, oh, we heard a lot from the public about traffic enforcement or pedestrian safety, you know, so there might be a goal around that. Let's put that up on the board and we can revisit. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I. Included about one, that's how you.
Yeah. I think in reviewing the public input is kind of an opportunity for you guys to share, because you're sitting at different tables, and, you know, maybe there's ideas that not everybody heard and things like that, but kind of review that process and review that input. You saw it down the circuit, there was a lot of comments. It was kind of fun to read, if you got through it.
Yeah, I thought we have a little bit of a very roll based on some of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yes, no, yes.
And then a streak of some that came in around the same time about a particular issue, yeah, so that happens, yeah. Okay, any other questions about the process? So we'll get, so these things can go any which way, right? So, you know, we'll get through, you know, it's 4 hours, I said, we've built some breaks and we're gonna go have lunch. And hopefully by the, you know, the after lunch, we'll have sort of, you know, a general sense, or at least even more, some refinement of what the council goals will be. And then we'll as staff kind of go back and make sure that we capture those effectively and kind of write them up. And then bring them back for council adoption.
Right, and the one thing I want to stress to everybody is, I'd like to make sure that we don't overload staff, over the next year. I know that Joel, I know that, you know, city manager staff will let us know when we're at the breaking point. So if there are goals that are long-term, like I have a couple of long-term goals that I'd love to get going this year, but they can't start till next year or 2 years down the road. It's not terrible. As long as they're kind of, I just don't want them to fall on that. So not being sorry, you brought that. No, I was thinking the new park. East Fork. Great parks.
Yeah.
No, I think that's important.
No, but I just want to, you know, remind us all that we can only do so much. We are limited, and we have a capacity limitation. And, you know, we all want to be really forward thinking and getting a lot of stuff done. We do have to like ease off the gas a little bit once in a while, especially with how much it fills. There's a lot of low hanging fruit, so to speak, that are easily done without too many hours. There are a lot of things that take a lot of hours, and we don't know that's really doing this. And our, you know, our directors of our department is, so.
One of the things I would like to mention is, for those of us who feel that this may be their last year, I would like to be able to throw out some ideas that I know are not fit for maybe next year,
Yeah.
but to actually, to capture them.
Well, maybe the rest of the council
So
will
you
take the stand for it.
So when you talk about maybe a possible long-term, you know,
Right.
ideas.
And I don't think that it would hurt, because we're getting big enough where we are creating more goals than we can do, is to have just an informal list of possible future goals. And make sure we don't lose that, because you can lose momentum if something goes by the wayside. Just so when the next council, as elected, at least would see, hey, here's some ideas. Doesn't mean you have to do it, but at least they're there.
So, yeah, and another opportunity to talk about goal structure and then some other options that maybe in the future we could consider. I think this year we can definitely put the 3 to 5 year sort of outlook goals, right? Goals, as you guys probably know, are more, you know, qualitative statements that are, you know, broad and sort of give you enough direction, but they're not in specific actions, right? So, you know, for example, a goal would be to improve pedestrian safety in the downtown, right? That's just a broad kind of goal statement of like, we want our town to be safer to walk, right? Well, then the action, these strategic objectives then get built in the work plan that you guys will see, but they're not necessarily your big goal statements. We can help you kind of define what those actions are, like, and consider adding flashing crosswalks at X intersection, or increase, the traffic enforcement at peak hours, those are really goals, or those actions that the staff is tasked with. So, going to your ideas, you can build in these longer term goals that stay with the city for a couple of years as we move towards them that are. One of your goals is increasing access to White Shoes Green, right, for our residents. How we do that would be, developing the work plan, the, actions that, we'll have to come up with. Do for time, acquire property or access easements, build amenities down there into the next degree. So, yeah, I think maybe that's something that we kind of, as ideas come up that are bigger, that would, take longer than just a year. Also might put in a plug that another model to consider, this might be a governance skill. Looking at a biannual budget, a 2-year budget, which then you can do 2-year goals too that are aligned with that. And that gives us a lot more runway.
Don't want to be.
So the second year also happens.
That's it, right?
Well, especially with a little bigger projects. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was just wondering if we have a time to improve. I know it's informal, but we also make sure we.
We're doing okay, it's 9:15, perfect time to segue into,
I'll do my best, but, I have a bit of a time, so that's okay.
like I said, having the ability to be in a full setting and sitting around a table for dialogue. Staff are here to answer questions, and I hope give you, to your point about capacity and stuff, their honest feedback. They're pretty candid about what we can and can't do. So use them as a resource, and offer staff to feel free to participate. There'll be a time for them to chime in too about the major projects and initiatives.
Just for a point of clarity, I just got some feedback from somebody on Zoom. People talking one at a time, because the echoiness, is that a word, in this building is super important, because they're getting.
Now that's part of our economy, is to talk over each other. Okay.
Yeah.
If it goes online, we will work.
I feel like I'm almost shouting.
Not the good one, that's it.
We will be careful.
Okay, so next on the agenda is reviewing the public input from the open house online survey and the input the councilors have received the public. So we can start with the open house. Staff wrote up notes, some of those taken directly from the tables, and then also the boards. You see, we had a lot of people write some ideas on post-it notes that they put up on the boards. So we captured all those and put them into spreadsheets. We're not going to spend 45 minutes reading all of them. Hopefully, you had a chance to scan it and kind of go through it. A lot of great ideas, and to the open house and open up the floor. I thought it went really well. I thought it was a good chance for people to be able to come and have a dialogue with the city council without having to stand at the podium. I think there was definitely some things and some ideas, but I think overall people appreciated just the opportunity to come and speak with the city council. Anything stand out as part of that that we should put up on the board?
There was a lot of. We could do so much better if we could merge our actions and funding with SPRD, with the Park and Rec district. From things that, maybe are way too expensive for the whole community, but if we partner with SPRD to have more of a Park and Rec department that is coordinated and having some common goals, because there are definitely things in here that I go, oh, well, that's really should be under Park and Rec. oh, that's for us, but there is a lot of overlap. And that has always been something that since I came here, that I thought was kind of wonky. And that was that, you know, programs are on one side, physical, real estate is on the other side, and we don't interact hugely, we a little bit. And, I think that is something that we could definitely do better, especially now that they are moving into a new building. Everybody's real anxious about what can the community do with that new building? How can the city help them make it a better overall community building than just SPRD? I know the school district has its own plans, but I don't really know that much about what their plans are. So I kind of saw that as, if we're gonna do stuff that's best for the community, sometimes we're gonna have to work together on over those issues, because there's a lot of them that community center, you know, pool, pickleball, all many things that people want. We really do cross those lines.
Well, and I would totally agree with that. And I bring 14 years of experience in doing exactly that to this with my time on the Lincoln Park and Recreation District Board and working with an organization called Team Springfield for all public agencies meeting monthly to discuss ways that what they were doing impacting others and also what they were doing might help the others in terms of construction and activities and things. So I think that's missing here. I think with Jennifer Holland, we have someone who would be very interested in working with us on that. And I think we also need to help them manage expectations on the school building, given that the district's holding on to at least one wing of it. And so they're in a facility, they don't own a facility that they lease. So that also impacts, I think, some of the infrastructure things we maybe should be involved with as we move forward. I'm totally agreeing with you. I think we could do more. Not that our parks are excellent because they are, and not that they don't program in our parks because they do, but I think that anything we can do to try to make two public agencies work efficiently is to the benefit of the taxpayers.
I mean, I have a question. What's that look like though? Is that being, a city staff person that's coordinated for that? Or is it more of just a tighter advisory role between the board and the city council? Or
What you're talking about, you know.
do we need to set that as a goal, as explore how to strengthen that? Is that? Because I don't think anyone would say no to that.
I think initially it starts off with your CEO, chief elected officer, and your CEO, chief appointed officer, meeting on a monthly basis with the CEO, those particular organizations. It's starting with dialogue, and then it goes, it's not gonna happen in a week. It's gonna take time. It started at that upper level. And then that brings back to the individual boards.
Yeah, you've been on council for 7, 8 years. Is SPRD ever been a goal?
Not as specific, I mean, parks, obviously, it's always been,
Sure.
but items keep coming up that really are their jurisdiction, not our jurisdiction, and I go, the community doesn't see that.
That's correct.
And so maybe we shouldn't see it as much, and I've always felt that this community would support SPRD much stronger financially than they are right now, if we had some community-wide goals that were being worked towards.
Right, then overlap both the city and the SPRD. And more coordination, collaboration.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Always defer to the council.
Because of the peculiar special district law. And they're relatively minuscule, almost ridiculously low tax rate. For SPRD to really move forward, they're gonna have to reform as a park and recreation district. And I think that if we have those discussions here about how we can assist with that, and maybe it's a flagship project, maybe it's Northwest Park, maybe it's a swimming pool, although I hope it isn't, and because we can't afford it, and that's neither here nor there. I'd love to have it. I think that when we have that flagship project that we work together on, then I think it becomes easier to go to our elected, to our public and say, this is what we want to do. And in order to do it, we're going to form a new park and recreation, maybe call it the Sisters Pool Recreation or something. And with a higher tax rate, and then you dissolve the existing SPRD, it's the only way you can do it under the current special districts law. They can't raise the tax rate. They have to literally dissolve and reform. And that's dangerous, because people don't understand that, but if you have something in your hand that everybody wants, then it makes sense why that extra money is being asked.
And I think they, obviously, they're working on that on their own.
Yes, yes, yeah.
But we're talking collaboration, Carrie just put something on there.
I'm just gonna, as I hear it, write it up there, it's not, it's final, it's just to keep up.
Yeah, just-
together.
Thank you.
Yeah, and one question that's come up before too is there interest in having, elected and elected sort of relationships and having a council liaison to the SBRD board, council liaison to the school board, which kind of we do sort of informally. I think I'm scheduled to go speak to the SBRD board about what the city is up to as an update, so, there is sort of, there is communication that goes back and forth. And I do meet with Jen on a monthly basis and also the, her and others community, but I think at the elected leader, there, especially if there's gonna be something that's gonna be headed towards the ballot, because there's strength in numbers against what can be supported, and the earlier you can be involved in sort of that plan making, it will diffuse any kind of conflicts that might arise where, other areas that are more politically sort of bent in a, adversarial way, you may have school boards up against park districts because they're competing for the same dollars and bonds and things like that. Fortunately, the city's not floating a bond or anything in the near term, so we're in a position where, you guys can just look at the landscape and be like, yeah, this is a benefit for all, we would support that. To speak for you, but I mean, that's something that having that kind of involvement, that relationship can help, 2 years out when we do look at something.
Well, and I do believe the pool is showing a lot of time. The only way we're gonna get a community pool is if it's happening in the school district, the city, and the park district. Because each of those have vested interest in seeing that occur. Each of those has to bear some costs of seeing that occur, and also have to sell that occur. It can't be done like any one entity. In fact, if you walk into the city and say, we're gonna do it, I don't. Because I know how much it costs to run one, so you have to spread that around, you have to have revenue sources, school needs, and those things.
The other, more immediate actions is the elementary school, and I think in the near term, we'll probably have some dialogue with them about like pickleball courts and other amenities that are in the parks master plan that makes sense to partner with them on. So yeah, there may be more formal requests, like a city, contribution or partnerships with the district on making some of those amenities happen. I don't know if that's a goal or if that's, just sort of fits within that. Topic. We kind of drafted something along those lines of, priorities in the parks master plan.
I know you and I talked about last month, meetings and having more joint meetings, like, we could have a meeting with their board, start thinking about some of the other entities in town and how little interaction we have with them.
Exactly.
Oh, we bring to once a year, have a joint meeting.
Well, and that was what we did with Team Sprinkler. We had twice a year, we had a meeting of all the boards
Okay.
and to discuss a broad range.
All the boards.
All the boards did that, well, just because of how that organization ran. Because each of the CEOs and the CFO, the CAOs were met monthly. Then they reported back to their respective boards, and twice a year, there was a group meeting to talk about why we sort of pie in the sky, what can we do with the project, and it does work. And you've got Bob Kiefer on that board, who was a key part of that. So he understands from the executive level.
Well, I think that. Carrie put up a sports review relationship with SBRD, more conversation. Sounds like something we could talk about when we get down to action there, we to the goals. Okay.
So.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when I went through this, I told, Jordan earlier that, I didn't realize that the city had already done a summary, but I went through all of this particular section and, summarized, by number and counting the number of times, things were mentioned, made a list, and then I went back through using word check checked myself and made sure I used, you know, if somebody used the same word several times, it was only counted once. Anyway, it turned out that you know, with that kind of, you know, intense deliberation, it turned out to be very close to what we have here. But the one that's,
What are you pointing?
on the online survey input that the city did the summary page.
Yeah.
And those bullets, the only difference turned out to be, it wasn't a focus on one that had, so the top number was 27 and it went down to 1111. But, so there wasn't a focus on this document with, let me just find my statement here. So housing support having permanent local emergency shelter for extreme cold smoke heat. So there were 18 of those for and 5 against. I counted the people that were saying no, no, no. So that wasn't caught in here. And I think it's a key one. And I just wanted to bring that up. And then the other thing on the pool, that was 11 and that's a high one. So you're absolutely correct. I mean, it was seen a lot, and I made several copies of this. I don't know if you each want one, but it's a nice reference. Yeah, so for the counselors. Yes. Yeah.
Don't be.
I think I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, video.
Yes, you see, okay. That's when you're trying to pay for, please do your full name.
And you get your teacher's name as well.
Yes.
I just wanted to highlight that.
I appreciate that.
House.
I want to comment on the online survey and the thing that just really stuck out to me is, and we already know this, but I want to say that it is to everybody in the group, anybody is small town feel. I mean, that is absolutely, I mean, I don't know about your reviews, but that was like the biggest thing. And I think we kind of already did that. I don't think everybody appreciates the hard work that we do on livability, making sure that everything fits in that lens of livability, but that's what that means.
Everything within our control.
Everything that we can control goes through a lens of livability. Every time we look at any of these goals, it goes through the lens of livability. I mean, if we weren't doing that, we wouldn't listen to citizens that bring us ideas about sidewalks on Keaton, right? You know, if we weren't looking at things through that lens of livability, we could easily just discount one person who's really concerned about traffic and stuff like that. But we don't do that. We actually listen to people and we put them through that lens. And all I can say is let's continue to do so in today's process. You know, I mean, that's pretty much it.
I think you're right. Small town field wasn't in any one column. It popped up in one column, 3 columns. It was all over the place. I saw that as well.
Yeah,
Or our little town, or rural field, but to me, they're all the same.
the number of citizens to me does not dictate our town's by how we fit it all in and still go through that livability piece to keep it feeling small. I mean, I think that the Portland State's estimates on population that far off with this week. I think we will be a town of 5,000 for rural. I think we'll be a town of 7,000 in 20 years. But it's all on how you do it. Retirees are an important part of the town, but so is tourism and so is business. And all of those have to support each other. One group of people goes one direction and the other 2 groups go this direction. And the city council goes a third direction, we're in deep trouble.
Remember, you're online.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. I think that was the absolute most pervasive, then it's the small town feel, and we're just gonna keep on that.
The challenge with that is. What have we got? Yeah.
It needs different things to different people. That's why I wanted the growth issue as far as population. To me, the population is going to be the population, and we don't control that as well as people think or want. Okay, but we can control how we deal with the new growth and what do we do with possible new fixation down.
Well, and also, what type of businesses do you allow to come in into your areas of new growth, what does it look like? You know, do you want a Costco down on the corner? I get it, but do you want some other sorts of amenities? Yeah, I would.
It's coming closer. It's coming closer, a lot closer.
So,
I'll say that one,
I'm just, okay.
well, this is not his comment about livability, which is, I think the one thing where people were unintentionally more specific about the livability in Swarmington Field is the comments about, bike ped issues.
Yes.
Because that is something you can usually safely do in a small town as well, and bike around. So I think that is critical. And I know it's a small thing, but I think it's a critical thing that we really need to focus on, because that is, once you lose that, it is almost impossible to get back. I mean, just watch that, that they never were able to get in a good bike and infrastructure, and they're playing a very sad game to catch up. Very expensive and losing battle catching up on that. And so I think that is one of those elements people were able to be more specific about. And it's, even though it seems like a little side thing, it's really one of those, I think, key factors to help the community and its ability. And I was really almost glad to see a lot of comments about, there's people commenting in that thing about, handicap parking and that access as well, we certainly gonna excel at that, and like always gonna notice that, so. And that feeds into that, so there's a lot of people were, well, not sad, we're making comments about it, because. But all that factored in there as well, so. Yeah, observing that, I think. Is key.
Susan, did you have one more comment to add to that?
I wanted to add that, and I'm right on board with the biking and pedestrian safety thing, that was high on both lists. I wanted to add that in here, there's about 5 or 6 questions that people have asked that already have answers. And I just thought we might want to, highlight after this meeting, have a mayor's statement or something, and just take those questions with quick little answers, put them in the nugget, so that those people know that they've been heard. And then lastly, there were a couple of places where dangerous sidewalk or dangerous access was noted, and I think those Paul and Scott, if they haven't already seen them, need to look at to maybe have a significance.
Okay.
And I have those highlighted if you want to do that. We don't know if submitted the surveys. And you don't have to answer the person, you just answer. No, I was just wondering,
Yeah.
you don't know, submitted the surveys, we have no way of knowing. I mean, their names were not.
I deleted some things.
Oh, okay.
Some people self-identify.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, there's a mix, because there is some emails I came in, but overall, we just downloaded, uploaded the responses. We could, I think it's important when you do ask the community for input that you do close the loop, right? So this is part of that process, but also like we did an article or, hey, here's what we heard, thanks for participating, we heard all these great ideas, this is what the council's doing with that. Oh, by the way, we've heard some questions, here are the answers to those
I
questions.
think it'll be perfectly acceptable to aggregate those questions, boil them down to a few things, and then together we can come up with some thoughts of an answer.
Like you said, there's specific answers already. Right, there are completed things that people are not aware of, and don't understand process or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't wanna actually be involved in the question part, but I wouldn't mind helping with the answer part.
It seems to me that at some point will be an article, about what we're doing today. City staff, blah, 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 and as a part of that article, could even be among the comments that were submitted, the following things, so whatever. Have already been addressed by the city, and here are your answers, but I think it makes sense, let's say, close that loop so people, if we've been criticized and perhaps even somewhat rightly and somewhat wrongly, just kind of that sometimes in the process of city council, these people feeling that they're not getting their answers, we've all discussed this, and so this is one of the ways that we can try to help.
Yeah.
Alleviate that.
Okay. And just to close that, thank you, Susan. One of your strengths is definitely how the public perceives us, and I appreciate your concern about it.
Thank you.
It's definitely a strength of yours, and not a weakness of mine, but people can always do it better, right? And I know that I can do it as well.
That alone is great.
We have about 10 more minutes on that part of it. Is there anything else about the online survey or the survey itself that you want to
I
talk about?
looked a little bit at our goals that we currently have and how they've been possibly amended and some of the comments. And I saw that one of our goals that's somewhat of a new is the emphasis on art in the community. And I noticed that in the comments, that wasn't a biggie. And yet, so, you know, in comparing what was important in the survey and what we have emphasized in our goals, they're not necessarily aligned. And I said, well, we know so much more about what's going on, and obviously we're gonna, you know, so that was one thing I kept looking to see how much art in the community was brought up. There was, you know, a makers community, you know, a few little arts and things.
Yeah.
But, you know, that was one of the things that wasn't brought up significantly, and yet it was a big goal, you know, down goals, and so that was a little bit of a mismatch.
So, my question to you would be then, does this push for art, does it start to fall into an arena where we're just trying to maybe create an infrastructure to grow into? Like, we're not saying, hey, we have to be art everywhere, but we want to just create this framework where the public will see it and then have a place to go with it, and the people that really want it can use that as a vehicle, but it's not necessarily something we absolutely need, right?
So, no,
It's not
it's
infrastructure.
definitely a fluff, but one that we all kind of feel like that is one of the charming things about a community that makes a community.
And sometimes it doesn't get done unless the city.
And yet I'm just saying, you know, that isn't something that the survey brought out, or something they thought we were really needing.
It's the tip of the pyramid.
Yeah.
Well, they need some kind of little prize report, some prize for the local artists in our community that meets quarterly or whatever, and. You know,
I would, yeah,
I agree with you. We just need the elements to pick the end.
yeah, I would hope that, if we started spearheading this vote and then making this framework, whatever that is that the public would go, well, I really want a pool and I want biking, and that's important, and housing and this, but they would look at the art and go, oh, yeah, you know, I didn't say anything about it, it's not in my top 5. They would come along with it. Do you think that that's kind of a fair statement?
I don't think anybody would be upset that we were working,
Okay.
but, you know, it's sort of like it wasn't the top.
I want to add into this too. Art in most cities does not come from the bottom up. It comes from leadership. And so if we, as the mayor is saying, if we lead this idea and form a group using the art association, whatever, and they help us with, you know, identifying places where art might make sense. And then, you know, the funding is very different than what we do for pools. You know, it comes from a completely different source. There shouldn't be a contention there. So I laud that idea.
I mean, I just think of like, you know what, they're just not gonna happen unless we create a little bit of a framework to happen, right? I mean, obviously, once in a while, someone says, hey, I got an idea. For the most part, until we create a framework for possible sculptures, murals, public art installations and other things, it won't, I don't know if it would ever happen as far as an organized approach. Because that's what we're good at, is organization, right?
On the art, it's something that's been rolling around the back of my mind that's a little wacko, but. You know, with taking down all the student art along the fence, we ready to remove fence. You can speculate where it might go or it might not go. I don't know if there's a way, don't throw anything at me, Paul, when I say this, to look at using that art in some way as the art in the roundabout at Oak Street, which kind of memorializes the location where it's been. And, you know, it may be high in the sky, up high you mountain, and make it say, but the point is,
Make it happen.
there may be something where that local children's art could be utilized as an art installation. Rather than commissioning something,
Other than the school already has a plan for it.
I don't know if they do,
I'm pretty sure that I heard they're gonna put them on a fence on any view.
Yeah, we say,
Is that right?
Yeah, but we
They can work that out.
They got plans for it.
Okay, that's fine, that's all,
I just wanna make sure that
yeah, we'll talk in the back of it.
It's too bad.
And I've lost it, like, just probably.
Bring it up.
Yeah. The homage to the
Yeah.
elementary school at that location would not be a bad idea.
I'm pretty sure I did read that they're worried about, they might have more,
Well, that was,
more than they have room for.
that's what I thought, like,
So there may be some left over.
Well, there's gonna be a fence and. They're gonna move some property line, so they can always put it back.
Sure, maybe.
okay, so fine, you don't like children's.
Alright. Anything else on the survey that is kind of?
Yeah, so like, one of the things that I started realizing after reading all the public comments is that there was a lot of, issues or initiatives people were bringing up that I started to realize like, oh, this is something a chamber of commerce should be taking
Yes.
the lead on and not a city.
Yeah.
Certainly things we need to be leaning in on, but, it just was over and over and over again, I started seeing things about, supporting, a little bit of tourism, but downtown, business support, daycare, workforce housing, it just, I can't think of anything totally specific, but it just kept coming out and I started to realize that, again, yes, we can certainly help with these things, but this is an EDCO, or EDCO person has been leading hard into these areas, leading into these areas that aren't necessarily under the scope of work.
Yeah, well,
But yeah, that's something that's, again, people trying to understand who does what in the community or who should be doing what, and I mean, it's very interesting when people just kind of break down. This would be, it's on people's minds, but, I don't, again, there could be the joint board meeting situation or, getting their bigger, it's where there's been kind of a lack of communication between our organizations, so. And maybe trying to define, or clarify, maybe there's some things you should, working on a little bit more.
Who is responsible for the visitor center? And do we really need one? And should we be promoting, doing something about it?
Yeah, it's probably that, it's, a lot of stuff needs, it's a small town, all works together, but,
And I think some of that's in flux, right? The chamber, kind of don't know what's going on with it right now. It's kind of on the quiet side. I think that there's other things happening. There's kind of a makers movement going on. It's more organic than it's ever been, which is kind of cool. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think some of those associations are just not, hopefully there's things to partner with and places to put some of these things that, so we don't have to take everything on, take on full. Makers movement, people out there that are actually happening in the space, they're doing things out there.
That's the public usually, that's me.
but that could be kind of file under the or joint board.
I certainly think that there's gonna be obviously more room for collaboration between new ventures moving forward. It'll be interesting to see what some of that is.
And on the ECHO helping with, trying to find childcare, I mean, if you don't have childcare, you're not going to invite or encourage workforce with a family to come to your town.
Yeah.
They're gonna work someplace that has childcare.
Or you're hired and make it live in the.
There's also, affordable childcare is also a part of it.
Yeah.
Really the same.
Accessible, affordable, and available.
You're not spending money. Spending all the time.
Yeah, I was just kidding before about, is there a lead into that? I was kidding, we appreciate it. I wouldn't want anybody to think that we won't, if they're talking about that stuff. For sure.
It's one of those issues nobody owns, but everybody has to.
Needs.
So we have one more minute to talk about the online surveys. Is there anything you want to, well, just that you had one more thing, maybe, no, okay.
Big summary of kind of what we heard. I would say, on the positive side, is that a lot of the comments are pretty consistent with what you guys have been focused on, right? Portability, items that are touched on livability, housing, manage growth responsibly, keep it a small town feel. Those are all things that I think, again, council's kind of lockstep with what the community's talking about, which is great. The other kind of note was, we got 117 comments online, and a lot of them were pretty thoughtful and informed, and then the open house too. I think this is testament to having a nugget. In fact, this is a small town, people are plugged in and kind of know for the most part what's going on. Of course, there's things, questions, and comments of like, maybe they're not aware of some stuff that we are currently working on. And, again, we can communicate that stuff out and do a better job. But there was only a few though, and I think that's a great sign of a pretty healthy community that's pretty engaged with what the city's working on. So again, having the nugget here, getting the newsletter going, and then I think just word of mouth, and it's a small community, people know that's what's being worked on, and overall, as a general sense, like, keep going, right, manage that growth.
I appreciate all.
Yes, a lot. It's pretty rare. That's actually great.
So I appreciate that people said thank you to me in the record.
Yeah.
There's no doubt, it's like, it's what I mean, well, you know what?
Sounds good. I mean, given this day and age too, so again, I think at the local level, people do appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I think it's worth just mentioning the idea is just because to put it in the record, there was a lot about housing, affordable housing. There was a lot of comments about houselessness, which is on the goals, and I think also point about the sheltering. That's a recent kind of thing that the city's gone through, so I think that's been top of mind. Tree preservation, and old growth trees, we've now put in place private tree removal, but I think there's an interest in, especially after storms, and seeing trees come down, and stuff like that, like, how do we preserve some of these big significant ponderosas, and talked about maybe a heritage tree program. So there might be something there to consider, a lot about traffic, right? We're a small town that has a busy highway, and there's concerns about, traffic increasing, pedestrian safety, getting across town, speeders, what are we doing about that? Should we put up a red light cameras, speed, I don't know. And then community garden, something that we're working on, that came up a lot. I think that's gonna probably resolve itself in parts board before. There might be some implementation steps, but that would be more of a work item. Yeah.
And one other thing that bubbled up was like, the city thing of one thing was kind of code cleanup things.
Yeah.
There were a couple of things and there were people who were like, you allow roosters, and you're like, well, that's a good question. Why should don't allow roosters,
Scott, why do we allow? No.
We don't have any farm animal restrictions.
It's a small town feel.
Yeah.
That's like,
I know, I hear this.
Bingo.
Probably hear the listen to.
Once again.
but then we had, the issue with, Rashid and Joe Angel, and, it just reminded me there's a lot of these little code cleanup things, and I don't want to lose, get bit by again. Which I couldn't remember, I think that was part of our goals, or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yes.
It's a chicken and an egg.
And don't we have noise, ordinance, like with dogs barking, we have that, right? Yeah, so we could just add roosters too.
I think we, heard a lot about the online survey. I'm gonna be the time off because that's kind of what I do. So next up would be project updates and goals with the department directors, and then I think this is super important because this is the stuff that's not the tip of the iceberg, and we have to always keep this in mind as we're creating goals. So we'll get.
So the department heads are here. I'm gonna make them, do a little work while they're here. And they already did a lot of work in preparation of this. We put together the major projects initiatives. We found that helpful. And I think what we wanted to do is kind of do a kind of scan of these to kind of tell you what's coming. Part of this is the balancing what's coming up between now and June 30th, but as we look forward beyond that, July 1, what's in the next fiscal year, I was going to help them kind of share updates on these major projects. So they do feed into your goals, and I'll leave it up to them, but they may jump into some of these red lines that we added into the goals under each of those categories, because a lot of these major projects kind of fit within those goals. Especially if we get into city work plan and major projects and capital projects and things like that. But then, you know, this kind of navigate a little away from goal setting and more into kind of work plan and budgeting, but like I said, they go together. And this is an opportunity to kind of ask questions. So like, for example, first one, urban growth management process. This is an opportunity to kind of have a conversation. What's next with UGB? Where we're at, what does it look like in 2024-25? What does that effort look like? What does that council kind of look like? What did we suggest there? What does that mean? So Scott, I don't know if you want to start, you know, just kind of with maybe we just go down the list and we can skip some of these, you know, if you want, we can focus on a couple of them, but together like water.
Yeah, what I'd recommend, if you don't mind interjecting a little bit, is help us shape the goal for what we're doing the next year, so we can explain to the public board. So UGB, you know, what is that? Obviously, you can tell us what it is, but also at some point, we need to have, you know, the goal written down, and I think it's already in here, but just highlight it. Thank you.
Yeah, so this has been something under discussion for a little while, and council finally gave the direction for staff to go forward with the amendment process. It's based on, you know, at least 3 or 4 years plus of background work that kind of led us to this position where we've identified a need to go forward. So the next step really is to is the RFP process to get a consultant on board. This is a big process, a lot of public input, a lot of evaluation that needs to go on, a lot of legal findings that need to be made, a lot of coordination with different agencies. The county will be heavily involved with this. So we're looking to, well, the RFP closes February 12th, so not too far out from here. So hopefully we'll get several proposals that we can consider. So we'll go through that process and evaluate which one we think meets the criteria the best. And then hopefully get somebody on board and approved by council by the middle of March, end of March, and then hopefully start kicking the project off in early April. We anticipate it's going to be a 1 to 2 year process. It really depends on, I guess, how much public input we get, and we anticipate that we'll get quite a bit. And so we've made that an emphasis, you know, in the RFP, in terms of the scope of work. You know, we have all the usual items that you need to do as part of the process, but with a real emphasis on community engagement to make sure that the community understands why we're doing this, what it means, how they can provide input, and you know, we anticipate this kind of like a comp plan type of public engagement process where, you know, we're actually going out and doing lots of conversations out in the community, really going out to people where people are, instead of, you know, the old school way of doing things was do open houses and get 3 or 4 people to come, or 7 people. Yeah, and the real better way to do it is to go where people are, and so we thought we were pretty successful with that with the comp plan. We've gotten some feedback, you know, that not only, you know, looking at input from existing residents, but from properties that could potentially be included in the UGB. And then I got some feedback too that in addition to that, you need to engage the people that might be on the edge of where you're with hearing some issues in other communities where the real conflict or objections are coming from those properties are just outside of, it would just be outside of the UGB. You know, where you have that urban and rural conflict that can happen. So we've got a grant from DLCD to help do this process, $100,000. We don't know we kind of have a big range in terms of what it might cost, 150 to 250,000. It kind of depends on the level of engagement and how much additional planning work we want to do. Some aligns with a lot of the goals that the city, the council is looking to or has in the past, and looking to continue those themes of affordable housing, meeting our, you know, future needs in a lot of different ways. So that's it.
Okay. Look,
Oh, if you're gonna jump in the same goal, so the goal that we kind of suggested, right, is, you know, we had as a goal update the urban growth boundary, sufficiency report, we did that. Or that UGB expansion would be, you know, necessary or pursued, so then. Suggestion would be to continue to process the UGB amendment with priority community outreach, right? So kind of broad, kind of, you know, understanding that you got another year or two to go. And this next year is going to be a lot of the data analysis, a lot of outreach.
Which one is it, Ernie?
Another housing level,
Oh,
so it's under the red lines of the, oh, you don't have red.
it's,
She doesn't.
yeah, it's, it is,
Yeah.
I just.
Okay.
What section we were in.
Yeah, so it says continue to process the UGB amendment with priority of community outreach. The one above that, is that also part of that stuff?
I'm sorry.
The one above that, monitor, reevaluate, and consider implementation of additional strategies of housing planning efficiency measures, or is that more just alongside, it's kind of parallel?
Separate or related.
Were you gonna talk about that later,
Um,
or I'm just sorry.
I'm not sure it's a specific, white paper.
Yeah.
Definitely just kind of ties in with the affordable housing goals, if you recall. Well, I mean, the efficiency measures certainly relates to the urban growth boundary, in terms of, how much extra land we're gonna need versus how much infill we're gonna do.
Oh, right, I didn't need to jump ahead, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's related in the sense of like, you know, the goals around housing supply. For us, I think the next step, we put in monitor and evaluate this, because, you know, council did these efficiency measures, well, how's it working, how are they being implemented? You know, some of that is a wait and see, which we've had a few applications, but, you know, it kind of takes time to see these things come in and be like, okay, you know, do we need to do more code fixes and tweak things? I think there was one that popped up about setbacks or something that, the lot widths didn't match up with,
You can do the small lots, but the lot width didn't get changed, so it's impossible to do that.
yeah. So there's fixes that we need to do.
Yeah, there's some tweaks to the middle, as we get actual real life application of these things, we can see where some tweaks need to be made.
And that came out in the survey in several spots too. Build up, not out.
Smaller lots.
Which may be not exactly what everybody would want.
No,
I don't know.
that is,
So,
Yeah, just
so,
leave it to not do it.
yeah,
Yes.
so it's definitely a hot button topic.
yeah,
I remember doing somebody at our table that said something about, building, with home density, and they said, well, we did have the option to go to 50 feet, but we decided not to do that, and their eyes got big, you know, like, well, I don't want 50 feet.
You just said,
Williams,
how high, right? It's
you know, this, it's complicated.
I mean, there are parts of that that allow 8 stories. You want that?
no.
That's a small.
When you get to, I have 700,000 making.
Yeah, okay, okay, I'll be honest. Okay. Is there, sorry.
Different approaches that we can do here, we could go straight into the kind of staff suggested updates and do it by category, like housing livability, and just kind of stay within that theme, or we can kind of go through the briefing papers. The briefing, they'll come up as we go through the goal category, so just to see what, you know, what would make better.
I want to spend more time here.
Okay.
And deeper. As.
I don't want to do that. We used to come up with staff, and then you can always refer back to the current project.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's sufficient. And we go
I think we will reach our goal, you know, coming up. with
one
something.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way.
Okay,
So within housing livability and growth, I think the other major things that feed into these strategies is affordable housing. And then development code updates. Do you want to give them an update on some of those, the development code updates that are kind of in progress, but also on the docket for the next year?
Sure. As you guys are aware, recently the development code amendments that are ongoing right now are short under discussion between the council and the planning commission to provide further direction to staff in terms of what changes they want to make. We recently completed the dark skies ordinance update. We also are looking at defensible space and building hardening requirements. Direction that the last council meeting was to kind of separate those two and focus on structural hardening first and then follow up with defensible space. Just the way those things are flowing, they're likely to some of those have a short-term consideration or changes adopted before the end of the fiscal year, but some of those other ones. We're also we have a text amendment for the tourist commercial zone district. That was actually an applicant initiated change that you'll be seeing here shortly. And then other items, one goal that you had last year that continues to just be an ongoing one is kind of evaluating with the comprehensive plan policies, which ones are really applicable to development growth and which ones aren't. There's many in there that are just aspirational goals that aren't really used to the development code, but there's been a lot of discussion in the community, and in reality, the development code really should be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And it's kind of the implemented document for comprehensive plan. But we have to remind ourselves that this is a 20-year document that wasn't meant to be updated just like that. So it's going to take some time. So that was another one. Jordan mentioned the efficiency measures. There's some tweaks there. We also have housekeeping amendments that we do continually. We have a list a mile long of just things that are maybe not big enough by themselves to bring through, but if we can package them up as a
Yeah, we've seen those before.
so and as things emerge, as council brings up, identifies new issues along the way, we want to be responsive to them. So
Yeah, this might be where we could add, so there's a couple of loopholes in here, we'll touch on those. Within the house livability and growth heading, Councilor Lett's idea about other development code fixes, right, with the brunchies, tree code violations, things like that probably fit within the next fiscal year, considering those kind of fixes. And maybe there's a way to reword one of these bullet points about assisted development code bring conformance with the comprehensive plan. It might be a way to add to that of other housekeeping, in text amendments to our development and municipal code. So a couple of those that you mentioned, we're going to be completing before the end of the fiscal year, hopefully. Short-term rentals, kind of processing that through. Dark skies is done. Now it's about implementing. So there's a goal in there about the next steps in implementing the dark skies, the updates there, and heading towards certification. There's probably a conversation to be had either now or as we move afternoon about the houselessness goal and what we're looking at there. And that goal is kind of hard to define because we're going to be starting some work on this with bringing agencies together and having a kind of facilitated conversation. So what does that look like as we move into the next year? Continue those conversations, bringing a roundtable together, things like that. And then the other new goal within this category was an idea, kind of centered around affordability, right? And the livability concerns, and that's the non-primary residence fee, which is a term that kind of made up and it could be called whatever, but it was also a councilor idea. And I've heard it mentioned a few times in my one-on-ones with councilors and stuff about exploring what does that look like? How do we implement that? How do we administer a fee on second homes or these other properties that are not primary residences?
On that one, I didn't understand how residence fee increases housing.
So, well, that's taking a liberty on some, but it's.
One theory is that if we leverage a fee on vacant properties, that money will go into a fund specifically for residents.
Yeah.
But some communities have
Yeah.
done.
Fine.
Some communities have.
I'll just come out and say I'm not for that at all. There you go. I don't even want the goal in here.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, It's possible that I could vote against all the goals if that goal was in here. I'll just let you know.
Right, for some, you get in there.
Yeah, I had a big circle around it that was, where the hell did this? come
I
from?
brought them to a couple constituents and they're like, what the hell? Because you may create a little pool for affordable housing, but I think that our overall goals of more general. That are more general and not specifically hitting this one target are way more effective and way more less regulatory. Than hitting up one segment of the community that, let's admit that the people that can afford a second home in this community, while they may pay a bigger fee. It's not gonna reduce the amount of second homes in town, they're just gonna pay more fee because they can afford a second home. So it does create that small pool, but I don't think that pool is big enough to the other strategies that we have. Before us that are bigger, overarching, longer term goals. That's how I think about it.
Remember the housing study, it was what, 22% of our housing stock was vacant? Which they said that a normal community is like 5 to 7%. So, you know, we are gonna astronomically high there.
But I don't think that this strategy changes that.
No, it does, you know, in Vancouver, British Columbia, for instance, they've been doing this for a few years because they had a massive problem with outside investors taking up housing stock. And what's happened is that the money has funded problem, right, because the people that are kind of causing the problem are now having to pay for it instead of all of us having to use taxpayer dollars, which is, I don't think, fair at all. The second thing is we found that that has been enough of a nudge for some of those owners to use those properties long term rental themselves. So that has been working on both sides of that. I don't think it's going to free up more real estate, but I feel like, especially in Oregon with their land use laws and our how restricted we are and what we can do. I think it's an excellent tool to take the taxpayer burden off of the citizens in town that are already struggling and put it on those that are exacerbating the problem.
So I would add that at least emphasizes its studying options.
Right.
It's not implementing anything at this point. And, you know, perhaps through the work of the study, we'll all have much more information to make an informed decision whether or not to go forward.
Exactly. It's not, yeah.
Can you how much it was?
No, there's those communities,
Just wondering how, you know,
Yeah.
it would have,
for somebody why no one said.
yeah, they would have to be significant in order for it to really move the needle.
So if it's too soon to bring this specific tool as a goal, I mean, the other goal, the way to reword this would be just to look at other revenue generation opportunities for the affordable housing fund. And that, we had a study from, I think it was from the University of Oregon, came out, did some work, and they put together, you know, one of their studies was generation for affordable housing. So like the construction excise tax, the second home fee, the transit taxes. So we could bring that package back. We did the TLT, but it's only like 30,000 a year, which really doesn't get you any units, right? So I think there's this kind of sense like, could we build that fund bigger and use it the second home fee, which maybe provides this other benefit of decreasing that 22% down. This is it's not my information.
So instead of focusing on the second or non-primary residency or whatever you call it. Kind of look at the overall funding.
Possible.
Yeah, which I agree, that's what I mean, I want to strengthen our avenues of creating money for affordable housing.
Yeah.
But I do not want to water that down.
Yeah.
But I think it's smarter to look at the whole thing.
That's fine.
And I'm
This
okay
needs to
with
be
that.
I
in there.
agree.
Like, I've talked to a lot of people about it too, to test it out.
Yeah.
Nothing but.
I had.
Yeah, well, yes.
So we run a different circle, right? So that's that.
Well, I guess what I would say is that I like the idea of broadening scopes. Yeah, broadening the scope of the state, but I also agree with Jennifer, I don't want to take that particular option off the table, I want one of the ones that's considered. Because if we were vote on it as is right now, I vote for it, and I believe you vote for it, I don't know what you would do. So I'd rather. Yeah, I'd rather be kind of consensus rather than having split, and that's how I.
Right, because I keep circling back to.
It's a little focused.
Yeah,
You're-
and we did talk about an excise tax years ago, and then kind of, but, never really looked at it seriously.
Yeah, I really prefer broader options than direct regulatory measures, because I think that by itself kind of shows the broadness of a strategy.
Well, let's see what the
Let's see.
Well, and when it's studied, it's not like we're paying for an expensive study, it's just staff looking into it, right? Is that what we need?
Yeah.
I'm great with that. Yeah, that's fine.
Just, we're in a housing crisis. We keep saying we're in a housing crisis, there's people living in woods, we're in a housing crisis. And I think we need to do bold actions, and I think the community is expecting us to do bold actions. At this point. We're at a horrible place right now.
I like the idea of,
Be bold.
I like the facilitating of the community conversations to figure out what those actions may be. Instead of just jumping to bold action, though. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, not going tomorrow.
Right.
Just might want to, just on that note, all the things you're talking about, kind of remind us of the housing plan update that we did and all the recommendations that are in there that. I don't think include what you're talking about, Councilor Light, but it could be added, but. There's a whole range of strategies that we reviewed as a community that are in there, some of which we've looked at, some of which we still need to look at, so. That bullet number 3 might be kind of incorporate kind of what you're talking about, where it says monitor, reevaluate, and consider implementation of additional strategies in the housing plan. So I don't want that whole effort to get lost.
No, yes, there was more good stuff in there.
Yeah.
I'll see again.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, so,
So, well, just, to get back to what Scott just said, Scott, are you saying that third bullet really satisfies what we're saying about the study?
well, bullet 2 has investigated feasibility of additional permanent funding sources for leveraging affordable and workforce housing projects, so we can maybe work with that a little bit.
So we really kind of incorporate.
Yeah,
Yeah, we really have these two bullets.
So combine 2 and 7. The one,
yeah,
Yeah.
like, maybe tweak number
Exactly.
2 a little
Work
bit.
for you, Jennifer.
So the second and third bullets kind of talk about the same things, housing plan efficiency measure, look at that, and then the second bullet is saying we're looking at the feasibility and permanent funding sources.
I think that if you added that, such as, and this is 2 or 3 different things, then that makes me comfortable. So we aren't making it so broad that it's, I think it's water, and yet we don't want to focus on one single strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
Yes, exactly.
Do you want to keep it out?
well, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, funding is one thing, and, implementation of strategies, I feel like is a different thing, but, I mean, they could be switched together, I just don't want to get lost.
Yeah, I think, it sounds like it's important enough to have those distinct, because there is other strategies in the housing plan that are not related to.
Right, we struggle with how to fund affordable housing, everything we can do, and I'm not saying this is the best solution, everything we can do. We really should be looking to do to try to take it out of the, as much as possible out of our budget in terms of
Out of the-
careful, hey, that's what I was in. And think more of the funding sources.
Yes.
Then we have more money to do improvements on certain streets and towns, we need to have street.
I mean, I'm looking at the list of how we would really grow goals, even though we may not have discussed every one. Pretty good list though. Yeah, it is. I mean. That's a chunk, Scott.
So are we in the top bullet, are we adding something about, cold weather shelter?
Yeah, that's the last bullet, is that first bullet, it's the red, at the addition here. Yeah, the broader goal, leverage more efficient resources, partnerships, which we are doing, right? Eager update on a lot of those community groups, and we support them with community grants and other efforts. And then the engage with the COIC, this is an idea that we've kind of floated out there. The work that they're doing with the CHRO, the technical assistance, the kind of the facilitation that they're kind of going into with other communities. that we would then kind of lean on them to facilitate a community conversation about, if we just put developing a community supported plan. I think embedded in that would be, is it a cold weather shelter? Is it not? What does it look like? What would work for this community? We saw this as being a goal that kind of shows our hand that we want this to be a community process, not a city-led process where we're dictating this is what's going to work. We want to hear from the community on what would work before any goal.
Well, and I think it's time that we attempt to re-engage our religious organizations, which we're a big part, we get other communities are a big part, as well as our other social agencies within the community. It's coming with a broad-based community solution, because it's not just a city issue, it's a community issue. It's an issue for our faith organizations, it's an issue for the Forest Service. And I think we have to bring all the players to the table, look for a broad-based effort, rather than something that the city is going to run. I don't see you run it. The county issue.
I think it's important to add a bit into that sentence, engaged with COIC to facilitate community conversations and provide technical assistance for developing a community supported plan to address emergency shelter needs.
What if they decide their emergency shelter is not a need?
Not a shelter, emergency sheltering needs. I'm not saying build a shelter, I'm saying because there's a lot of people were worried about the emergency situations, heat, cold, fire, smoke, that is. And, you know, I'm just saying, by putting that in our goals, we're answering that big group of people out there that are really concerned. And this, as it sits, doesn't really pop
It
out.
does, it says help the sisters, houses, community.
Yeah.
It's everybody.
Well,
But it doesn't address emergency.
I
That's
think that
well,
also-
no, there's, I think what you're trying to say is that the weather related events, especially smoke or heat or something, impacts people who also have homes because a lot of them have air conditioning on, you know.
It's
You know,
everybody.
so it's hard, it's two different things, but it's not, so I don't know the way to articulate it.
Well, I think to address emergency sheltering needs or something to that effect, a few little words at the end of that sentence, lets the public know we're looking at it, we're gonna look at this. Because it's not really clear there to me.
Weather related sheltering needs.
If COIC came and they coordinated and brought all the parties to the table, I don't think their expertise in coordinating this would have any real impact or on what the community needs if there is a smoke event. That's not what they're gonna come here to help us do.
That's part of emergency sheltering. Yeah, and
I don't know, is there any emergency shelters anywhere that are for, if there's smoke related, people can go, and is it through the same mechanism as the household shelter?
yeah, it's the same, it's the same
I
as
didn't realize there would be
Yeah,
any
it's
such
the
thing.
same as cold and heat, the people will go into those shelters and just.
What
So,
The people that are out in the.
you look at 5 people.
those are the houseless. I don't see the two issues as, you know.
Well, I think well, to address that question, one thing we don't have yet in our community is like a community center or a senior center, which often they kind of for anybody in the town. The cool, this was brought up, this was for anybody too, and I think we had somebody who's heat failed here too. There may be two goals here because why we kept it as a community supported plan is part of that conversation, but it might be broader than just emergency sheltering, and maybe is it, you know, could we bring in speakers from Oasis Village, you know, what's that experience, the Veterans Village, other kind of ideas that are not just let's find a building to put a cold weather shelter there. Is there transitional housing? Is there small homes? What are other ideas that this community might support to help the houseless community that's beyond just emergency sheltering? But if the council wants to goal just around that specific issue, we can add a goal to that or add it as a, add it somehow to this goal. But I think we kept it broader, knowing that the conversation may go other ways, right? Than just focusing on the shelter.
I think that the conversation, the goal as it's written is fine. That's how it feels.
And do you want to say COIC and the county, or just, leave it on COIC? Because like I said, a lot of this is.
Well, I hope that the county will be involved.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's see, well, the LOC that you sent to us the other day, on the legal stuff, it looks like the governor's looking for another 42, was it 42 or 64 million? For these kinds of things for the unhoused, like she did before, because we have all these things set up now that need to have funding coming up. And so part of that will again be available for, I imagine, for figuring out some kind of emergency sheltering solution.
And it will go through COIC.
Yeah.
So that's why,
Yeah.
yeah, hopefully they can corral and coordinate people that start.
I
Know how to
think
do this because.
I think the key in this whole sentence, we're kind of wordsmithing in deep, and that's okay, but the key in this whole sentence, this whole goal, community supported plan. That's, I think, the most important thing that we can do, is try, and maybe it is an impossible goal to get all of the players to agree on anything that doesn't look like what it is they want it to look like. But I think we have to make a real good faith effort and soon. Before we get into the next winter season, to have some kind of a community supported plan as best we can, and that's why I come back to, I think we need to re-engage the faith organizations, we need to re-engage the county, we need to re-engage. This is not, it's a sister problem, but it's not a sister city problem. It's a problem everywhere in the United States, it's a problem here, we don't have the bandwidth to be a band. We don't have the bandwidth needed to be a Redmond. Some of the things that they're doing, I firmly believe it. I've seen them work in the valley. I saw them work in the valley 10 years ago. And but they're not necessarily the sister solution, A, because we don't have the land, B, because we don't have the staff. So I think we need to look for a community supported plan. That may be not a low barrier shelter, it might be medium or high barrier shelter, maybe some combination of different things. But until we get a community supported plan, we will have what we had last time. Back rooms of everybody saying nasty things about everybody else, and that's not what I think we want.
And it came up in the survey a lot, people want, and people are willing to volunteer. I mean, there's several people who said, just let me know when and where, I'll be there, and so I'm.
And then you have
So
to
let's-
rock them all up, ship them up town.
Let's find a solution that most people
Yes.
can support.
Yeah, and so I think
That's
we're all in agreement on what this really means. I'm just saying, let's put the words there because we are talking about figuring out something for emergency shelter. However we do it, using the community or whatever, but then that tells the community, yes,
I can see that kind of as a hot button phrase, that triggers people into a mindset of what they don't want. And so
Let's
this,
get the conversation going before we start.
before people start going, oh, they're gonna try and force us. to
In a
have
way,
this."
it's sort of the same discussion we had back earlier on,
yes,
non-primary residents.
yes.
Right, yeah, it's just a trigger thing that people go, oh, I don't want a lighthouse. I don't want a lighthouse and sisters.
Okay.
And I think that does trigger that a little bit.
All right,
Um,
you're not numbered.
yeah, we may massage this just a little bit because we plan to kind of start this work now. We're gonna have more like running with the community organizations, the government officials, and then engage with facilitation.
Okay. Watching the clock.
Yeah.
We have a break, I could use a small break. Can we take 5 minutes and then move on? We want to definitely get to fall stuff.
Definitely.
Take time.
That's the interesting stuff.
Slowly.
We have all day. Okay, well,
Thank you.
5 minutes.
All right.
One back.
Falls.
Okay, now at the time when we're gonna do trust falls, everybody.
Two truths and a lie.
Okay, we're back on track. This is the time when we have set aside for, city council goals, ideas and discussions. The question is, do we want to keep going through the city council, I mean, the city staff initiated goals first before we get into adding additions? Because I think it's,
Same time.
yeah. Okay. So do you wanna go to, you know, a lot of all stuff is, I don't know, fun stuff.
Structure, wildfire mitigation,
Yeah, it's stuff.
Can we just take a category and just start knocking it out?
Yeah, just.
I do have an idea that is fall centric, so maybe we'll bring that up during this time, and if anybody else has one that's kind of fits in that category, we can bring it up as well.
So we should have completed this one.
We kind of did, is there anything in the housing that we didn't get to that someone wants to bring up? I mean, we might as well take a quick comment. I mean, the house census came up, you know, okay. So everybody's kind of good with that. Is there anything else in housing you wanted to bring up?
Sustenance.
Is the childcare component part of that?
still in there.
No, that's not.
Okay, so, great, let's.
I have one thing, but
You want to do?
I don't know if it's specific or not.
But
Don't go on. We'll let you.
maybe it sticks on the board, it falls.
All right. Yeah,
I'm getting those plans.
well, it goes under the, you know, you know, homeless affordability, Venn diagram crossover, but. Just an exploration of trying to find land, and I have some land, but for a mobile home park, you know, so.
What kind?
So, I know, this is, you know, I mean, I'll spend enough an hour, I don't let me do that, so.
I've done
Thank you, Gary.
A more stable environment for people who are living out in the forest, who, the ones who already have vehicles, and RVs, you know, that just has some sort of infrastructure to it. Also, an opportunity to maybe purchase some, you know, single wide, something like that, so then there's ability for people maybe who don't have that, or the ability for somebody to be purchased into that, so they can start building equity. Yeah, but I don't want it to be a. You know, like a White House or anything, you know, I kind of want it to just be a mobile home park, because this is. I've said this before, I never thought it'd be a mobile home park component in my life, but, that's one of the major housing. Types that has disappeared in the area over the last 10-15 years, because those pieces of land have been sold for development. Understandably. But when you lose that, you have nowhere to go at that point, and so, and I don't want it to be a, you know, I think it needs to be more normal, and just the mobile home park is the better, because it's kind of taking people out of that stigma, and just like, no, this is just a mobile home park, and I mean, it could have, you know, usually have a community room, right, and there certainly could be the ability to bring in people to help with services and stuff like that, you know, But anyway, this is just an idea that's floating around in my head, and there's a piece of property that I'm not interested in. So I don't know if that's too much.
Well, I think it's part of the discussion in two arenas, which is the houselessness, transitory housing that we don't have any of, obviously. But it's also part of just the regular housing, component too, right?
I think this, in my mind, I hear you talking to this thing. When we talk about people that are in the woods that are living in an RV, and some of them would be nice ones, but there were people in this shelter in real cold weather who found that their generator was just couldn't keep up in the cold weather, so they difficulty in coming in. So that really is talking about something that's more of an RV village type of an approach, where vehicles can be pulled in and out on their wheels. And there are units that are what they call park models, which are actually look like a little single wide, but they're literally tall. They have lights and everything else on them. That's one thing. A mobile home park, when you talk about that, or it strikes me more as a manufactured village or a manufactured home sort of situation. We have permanently affixed structures, whether they're single wide, double wide, whatever you want to call them. Those are two different things in my mind, and they can be common. They can be common, but
Yes.
but I think that we do have some need, and I don't know how we address it. We have some need to have folks who are in the woods that are in viable, safe RVs.
Okay,
That need a place to park them and plug them in and heat them and take care of it, but that's different than some of the other things.
okay, so if I can take a stab at this, part of it is. Do we have any component in our development code that allows mobile home parks in the city? I mean, do we have that or do we not, or do we not allow it?
Oh, we
We
have.
have to- we have to.
No, I know.
They can't exclude.
Well, I'm just,
Rental.
Right, but
yeah, I'm just making sure, is that a housing component that we allow consideration in the city?
Manufactured housing,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
A mobile.
so it's not like we're not deterring
you
it,
can't exclude them from.
I'm
You
sorry,
cannot exclude them.
okay, and we're not, and we haven't done that in the past or tried to, so I'm just making sure that it is allowed. Now, obviously, we can encourage it in ways, so,
Well, I think who gave the video there is manufactured.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, I'm just double checking because it said something in our city council proposals to. Mobile parks and dormitory addition to development, but is that the dormitory part of it that's not in the development code that we don't have?
Manufactured dwellings are allowed.
Okay, I'm just making sure, I wanna make sure we frame this conversation well. The second part of it is the transitory housing part, which I think is easily part of the CYC facilitated conversation, supported planning discussion, as well as. You know, the HUDs, and other things, I think that's all part of that.
It's kind of like the next evolution.
I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, that's why I said that, I thought it might be.
It's too specific, and I think our goals around affordable housing, actually, a mobile home park could be part of that as well.
I think so, and I think that, you know, like you said, you could have a mobile home park where there are manufactured homes with no wheels, you could have trailers. With wheels, and then you could have transitory people that maybe they're not as nice as the other ones, but there's a parking spot.
I think the biggest thing in some of the units we have, that people are in, to be sure, if you bring them on the city property. And you hook them up, they're safe to be plugged into electric power, some of them.
Yeah.
And that when you have fires.
I understand what you're saying, you wanna make sure we don't miss this
Yeah.
as a strategy, I agree with that.
And I want to get ahead of it, because I don't think we want Creekside to be that location, I think we need to figure out.
Separate location.
Separate, yeah, that's even way too much money for us to.
Let's just make sure we don't miss that when we keep looking at the road about
So.
both housing considerations and housing considerations, I think it.
Transitory.
Yeah, it should be one by one.
Right.
Well, that's a big conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, we good with that, so
Yes.
it's not really changing the goal,
Okay.
but we've kind of added some context to a couple of the things, right?
Yes.
All right,
So
so,
as long as we feel like it fits neatly there somewhere around time.
well, it's not, I don't know if it's neatly, but you
Yeah.
know what, I mean, it's a big
It's
conversation.
very necessary.
Okay.
So,
You
yeah, I have an idea of,
Yeah, I mean, I think,
you wanna lead us?
yeah,
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think, we'll let, Paul kind of come in and give us some updates on, our infrastructure project, so, I'll put together the briefing papers, Jack, and on, all the updates on the capital projects before you, for us, and there's a lot of them, and they're expensive. That all, the interesting thing about all those is it fits nicely into one or two goals. And, you know, we're doing some of these goals right now, in preparation to that, be related to like the government for the utility rates, SDCs and things like that. So let's go ahead and dive into essential infrastructure, and I think if Paul, you have the floor to have a dialogue about. With Scott to wildfire mitigation, we can certainly see,
Yes.
yeah, and environments.
well, I didn't already want.
No, go ahead, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
We can work on wildfire real quick.
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
Suburban top.
Okay, yes.
You wanna give the update on the code?
It's kind of already mentioned we're doing the defensible space and social harmony requirement. Code requirement. So,
Okay.
So this is the goal, multi-year goal that will probably be on our. On your goals for, could be forever, so. Being where we're at, climate, what's going on with, with what the state is telling us to do. So. Under the last goal, continue implementing the wildfire resiliency plan, just an update on that. We're gonna be rebuilding well number 1, that's gonna have quite a few improvements related to building hardening. That we're gonna implement with that project. We've already done kind of the boots on the ground work up there. Doing some mowing, brush removal that was recommended in the plan. As well as taking out a few hazard trees and working with Roundhouse to do even more extensive mitigation work back all the way to the creek and then all the way up to their southern property line. So when we originally had it looked at, it was really the footprint of the building, and we're working with those folks to basically essentially treat about a 40 to 60 acre piece of property. So doing some really cool things.
Are we paying for that, or they?
No, they are. They've been working probably the last 12-18 months, developing a biochar program. And so all that fuel thinning mitigation work is supporting that program. So, yeah, it's really cool.
2 goals in 1.
And that
Yeah.
really deals with one of the boundary areas of town that we've been talking about too.
That's southern flank.
Yeah, yes.
Yep, and it's high on their priority.
And seeing what you've done over there, wastewater treatment plant, that helps us to do that. Those of us on the southern boundary account, thank you.
We got that chunk of federal land between them. We really like it. It's good, so I'm sure they will. Up at our reservoir, Ian's folks are working through the complexities of being able to do some fuel mitigation work up there. It sounds like we're making progress, because it is in I wouldn't say it's a no-touch area, it's a sensitive area. Obviously, because the whole creek ditch runs right through there, so they gotta be careful. But it sounds like they're making progress, at least with their environmental portion of that work, so we're hoping to see. Again, boots on the ground, hopefully this spring, if not the fall, winter next year, so that's been out there.
Does that impact, those restrictions, does that impact the reservoir construction? We kind of exempt from that.
No,
That's their land.
we're already permitted, and the environmental work has already been done for our stuff, but for them to cut limbs. It wasn't in that original.
Just they gotta ask permission from.
Yeah, and trees and, the mitigation work, the environmental analysis that was done for our reservoir didn't contemplate any of that. So we're gonna build it in the existing surface water reservoir.
It's got to put ashes, is that was gonna go with the surface water.
Right.
Thanks.
Already.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Stirring.
We recently, as of last week, got I don't want to steal Joe's thunder here, but a $5,000 grant.
Yeah.
That we're gonna be able to use for some defensible space, potential landscape hardening. That's what I'm referring to. We got a couple options that we're gonna be looking at. We have a couple park roofs that are out of compliance with our building codes. They have shingles on them. One being the gazebo in Village Green, the other being the barbecue pit in the Village Green. So we could use those dollars for that,
The
or
bridge over the White Shoe Street,
what's that?
the bridge over the White Shoe Street.
That one's a little bit more difficult. Yeah, yep. But we also have some landscape hardening at City Hall. If you think that's looking great.
Yeah, the Village Green buildings could definitely use a refresh.
Yep. Just have to be very thoughtful on how we do that, considering both were community donations. So I don't think just going up and putting the 3 tab asphalt shingles. Warranted, I would say, you know, whether it's standing seam metal or some copper-esque. Could be cool, so. We'll pay for it, but it could help, you know, put together the funding package for it. And again, we're gonna be wrapping up phase 2 of our mitigation work up at the treatment plant. As soon as the ground freezes, which I'm hoping is sometime soon, because we don't want to tear it up. But we're kind of running out of room there. If not, the work that we did last fall and winter helped tremendously that we could actually push that out to winter. But I don't want to get in there and disturb the ground and create a bunch of noxious weed issues that we would have to deal with. We have completed the Edgerton Road 10-acre piece of property. We got our mowing done there early on in the winter. So that project's done. So making good progress. Any questions?
Joe, you want to talk about that $5,000 real quick? I think it's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, so, you know, CIS, our city county insurance provider, came out with these, and they have a couple of these, they have another cybersecurity grant as well. Kind of smaller grants, obviously, you know, the prior grant, that all procured was 72,000. So it's definitely not as big, but great programs. I mean, obviously, it's within the CIS best interest to provide some of these tools for communities to mitigate, you know, the wildfire risk and so it's kind of a reimbursable grant, so we'll go ahead with some of these projects and get reimbursed on the back. So yeah, pretty simple application process as well, and wasn't too lengthy as some of the OPRD grants and some of the other federal grants we've got before. But yeah, the thing about the CIS grants too is they only have a certain allotment of dollars. You got to get your foot in the door quickly right away, and so when we saw the opportunity, we applied. I think that same day that we were with that grant, so it worked out well. Yeah,
Thanks for doing it.
yeah.
Anything you guys would like to add to this? Obviously, the list I went through is going to show up in the budget as well as in the work plans, but.
I noticed that, we continue to invest in and implement top priority projects for the city's 2020 traffic safety guideline. We've done all that. Is that why it's crossed out?
Where are you at?
On essential infrastructure, the last
Oh,
bullet, we're not there yet.
Not there yet.
We were
Sorry.
required to mitigation. Oh, okay. It was a Paul question, so.
Yes.
Well, you can still ask it, yeah. I mean, yeah, I can tell it.
I'd color to the first bullet, support local, I think the idea that, you know, we started, I think they met today, the wildfire mitigation group. And there's this idea, you know, Firewise community, which is kind of neighborhood centric, kind of comes from, you know, neighborhoods that kind of push that, work with the districts. So if we could support those efforts and continue to support those efforts as initiatives come up or ideas, help kind of facilitate projects that maybe occur locally, but also, yeah.
Do you know any Firewise cities?
No, and I forgot, I was gonna respond. We don't, they don't, she's really a name for them.
Okay, thank you.
I think that goal is kind of shaped as like recognition that there's things that we can do, like physical space and structural hardening, that is code specific, enforceable by the city, but there's a lot of things that we just have to support and kind of partner with and make it convenient, right, with their districts, with the Forest Service and things like that, that we don't fight fires, we kind of try to help the conditions so that they don't occur and mitigate, et cetera.
So,
And then, on that goal.
I'm still on that wildfire resiliency goal. One of the big ideas that I have that helps not only possibly wildfire resiliency, but it's just the local town is to possibly come up with a long-term plan to underground our power downtown. I know it's hugely expensive, but I think that if it fits in the wildfire resiliency area, as well as just a look at town and opening up view corridors in the commercial district. And we make it a long-term plan. We're not trying to bury all the utilities in 1 year, but maybe look at a 15-year plan or 10-year plan, even a 20-year plan. if it's even viable. It's not something I've ever discussed with you before, and normally I would bring this to you ahead of time, so you have a little bit of warning, but I have heard from a lot of people that it'd be great, we just did have a tree fall on it, fall on a wire recently. Obviously, it was in a good time of the year, so there was no fire, but it did crash on to someone's truck, it took out trees, it took out a power pole. I didn't have power for 15 hours, or other people on the south side of town that didn't have power for 15 hours. Is that even something that we could even entertain, or is it just too big of a lift? And I mean, that's a lot of conduits, a lot of digging, if we went block by block and did one block per year, or identify places where we were already working those utilities to kind of help with that, is that even something we could do?
That's and how much responsibility is that for CPC versus us?
Yeah,
Well, it's their infrastructure, right?
Right.
We're not in the power business.
true.
We don't own those lines, we don't own the rights to move those lines.
That's right.
It's really in their court. And I will say that they're working on it. They're doing a bunch of infrastructure improvements on the south side of town.
Yeah.
To help with that. We're working on it, we're getting rid of. An overhead line on Barclay in preparation for the Barclay project. We're moving 4 power poles there.
Cool.
So we're heading that direction,
Yeah.
but as far as being able to steer the ship, it's really, I would say, it could be working with the state and the Public Utility Commission to, I wouldn't say force CEC's hand,
Yeah.
but offer up some incentives and potential funding for it.
Do you think that, does that mean that you think that there may be a way to craft a goal? That could put those words into a goal and say, look, the city of Citrus is interested in assisting CPC to. Help them.
They're coming up with a plan, because the electric companies are having to pay such huge penalties when there are fires. That money could be spent proactively in reducing the risk of fire. Wouldn't we all be better?
Well, the other question is it a big risk for fire? You might know more about that than I do, I know you guys do.
I know that in our conversation with them, Jordan, I seem to recall them saying that, I mean, there are infrastructure dollars, Fed dollars coming down that are, they could use for projects like this, this is good timing. But again, it's so economically expensive that,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, almost does seem like this would be a goal, because I don't. It would be hard to codify, right? I mean, is there any way to put it in?
No, I mean, retroactively, not, but for any big development. Required, it's the expense of the existing infrastructure, and so really you try to leverage the opportunities we have, right? It's sort of theory, if we're gonna rebuild, Washington or Maine or, Adams, and there's utilities, overhead utilities, then that's your opportunity while you have that dug up, is to have the whatever the added expense is, right? Because we can't force them to pay for that, right? We have to put the conduit in, whatever, they'll put the lines in, but that's the opportunity to really do it. Otherwise, it's tens of millions of dollars.
Well,
I know that.
Is it right?
Well, the other thing we might word it as for a goal is to identify every place in our city limits that has the wires. I know the inside town does.
Is that in GIS?
And once we identify those, then you have populations in those areas. Like, I don't know how many people live over there, but there are a lot of wires. I'm one of them.
One.
But then there's all the ones in the south.
Yeah.
And, which areas are more at risk of fire? I would guess over here, but then the insurance people said that this side of town is the more at risk of fire. So we need stuff.
I know it's kind of out of left field because I didn't add it to the list of city council goals, but it's something that.
No, I think it's.
Well, how about if we just kind of lay it out as something, if there's a way to craft a goal that makes sense, and leave that to staff to figure out what that would be, then that's great, and if not, then we just continue to, work towards that. Okay, but I will add one thing, that when the power went out on town, it was interesting how it was spotted, how it was here and there, and not here and not there. And that may be something too, that CPC looks at what they might want to do in terms of building like you're doing with these water projects, levels of resiliency, so there's not one single point of failure that takes different parts of the town out, it might be in their best interest, but
Yeah.
I think that trying to figure out how we can craft a goal on that is tricky and difficult, and I would leave that to staff, I think if there's a way to do it and move on.
Yeah,
So I feel like it's one of those things we talked about earlier, but, you know, we heard in conversation, we saw it here, like sometimes it's. You kind of want to feather these in, you know, so people know what's the thing.
Have you around them?
And then it's
Right.
easy to different animal than PG&E and some of those others where you have the ability sometimes to force them because of the infrastructure costs that they have to absorb from the fires to do something. CEC as a co-op operates differently and has a different funding structure, so it's, to me, it's two different things. And I hear you saying that they're already starting to work on it, maybe we should do whatever we can to foster that and to make sure that we don't create barriers to that occur.
thank you for explaining that to me, though, I appreciate it, and it's not surprising, but also good to hear that we're always thinking about it too. I mean, sometimes I think, hey, man, if there's a conduit sale, you know, go ahead and get it out and try and get some extra length. Because we're gonna need it down the road, I think.
Sure.
So
Whether it's a city goal or it's not a city goal, it's gonna happen. We're gonna need to see it. It's gonna start identifying how much we need, if we see a sale.
Going on the government surplus,
Yeah.
set right now.
Thank you, thank you.
And I would like to make an appeal that this is my ninth year on council. This has been a goal that entire time,
What's that?
that wildfire mitigation.
Well, he said it's gonna be there forever.
Yes, and the idea that we need something that actually moves the people in the community to make changes, to understand what their risks are, what the availability of funding is, and how to move forward, a plan.
Yeah.
It's always being discussed, and it's a good idea, and it never happens. And I would love to see actual community involvement in a plan of how to educate and move the stick just a little bit forward on ideas like that. Because in the summer, everybody gets real excited, and then after that, it's like, I don't care.
And one other thing, you know, when I looked at the list of major projects and initiatives that are on Paul's list, among other things, I think that there's a strong argument that can be made, even though that's not the main purpose for doing it, that when you look at the reservoir, when you look at the Edgerton Road transmission line, when you look at some of these pump station upgrades and stuff, part of that is dealing with wildfire and community resiliency. I mean, it gives us more capacity and water pressure. Hopefully that we don't have to use for that purpose, but it's certainly, having twice as much water storage and 3 times as much water storage up there, you have to start pumping that out to really create an effort to try to save our town. You know, we're thinking about drinking water, but in reality, we're also talking about the ability to muster resources and get that kind of product where it needs to be in certain kinds of situations.
So I want to add to the,
Even though they're not on the list, I want to point out that to me they are.
on the second bullet, where we talk about, partnering with the Hampton Fire District and other agencies to improve public awareness about wildfire preparedness and mitigation. There's one more aspect that the public is asking about, and that is the emergency plan, you know, where are the routes and all that? And I just think that, when we do these discussions with the public about preparedness and mitigation, we also give them the information that we want to register with 911 and this and that. And these organizations are all lined up, and when the time comes, there's going to be the, you know, yellow light, green light, red light, you know, I'm not sure how, the 3-step thing. Those things I think need to be part of this.
So I wanted to, I was actually just gonna dive into that.
Okay.
And give you an update of where we're at with that effort.
Okay.
And so we have a group that's meeting monthly. It's all of the agencies in Sisters Country, state, local, and federal. And we're working with Deschutes Emergency Management, meeting various folks to come up with the communication, the education, and the tools for being able to deal with wildfires and evacuation. So the county has purchased the software. They actually zoned the county. I just saw the first map last week. It's in Zone Haven software, and there's going to be an outreach potentially this spring of Know Your Zone. And education of what that means and potential evacuation routes, and so all of that is happening as we speak.
And this will be rolled out also to lodging providers as well, like, and that needs to be kind of an mandatory.
Roll out to the northwest.
Yeah.
You
but I-
could be able to live in Brookings
So,
Yeah.
and automatically get those alerts from your sisters.
Oh,
For your
nice.
sisters.
Wow.
Cause I heard you get them for Newport, but. When it's because I have property there, so I sign up for them for Newport. But the idea that you could be in Brookings and get one for sisters in Brookings, what I get on Newport, what's the matter where I am,
Right,
but I think there's some. Intelligence behind that, it's really worthwhile doing.
what number one deal is the tourists knowing what's going on.
When I was first on council, that was always one of my biggest things, like, where do we go when there is an evacuation?
Yeah.
And everybody always said, well, it's not anybody, it's the, you don't, it's the fire district, it needs the county, they need to do it in the school.
Well, and certainly, because of the types of fires we could have, and where they might originate. There are different factors, you can't stick up tsunami signs and say, this is the way to go to get out of the tsunami zone.
Yeah.
You never know which way fires get
It's
to
a question that I get all the time, well, go on evacuation, I'm involved.
So can we add then to indicate this, we just add wildfire preparedness, mitigation, and fire emergency? Because it's partners to improve public awareness about wildfire preparedness, mitigation, and fire emergencies.
Well,
You know, that way they know.
just emergencies.
And we're-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they have cascaded that.
You know,
Yeah, flood.
The one,
can we do
But-
that?
Yeah.
We agree with. Yay. I got
I'll get my swimming pool in back there.
Yeah.
Cool,
Yeah.
there's, and last one, that part of our communication efforts is beefing up our website, getting information and stuff, and this is one area that we could really. Support and add information on and stuff, so we can direct people like, hey, our website has a lot of information there, a lot of links to how to sign up for public alerts that we have and things. Cool. Okay,
Okay, then we're development.
all right, yeah, so a good call break, with an economic development. So this is one where we've done some updates. There's a couple new goals that we put under here. I would say with these categories, one of the difficulties is with the first category is housing, livability, and growth. And livability is so all the same as the mayor's comments maybe the meeting suggested. A lot of things can fit under livability, and then economic development is also broad in the sense of like business support, retention, and creating more jobs here, dealing with some childcare, but also like community amenities and tourism. I mean, there's a lot that can fit into this category, so some of these may move if you feel up to that or not. But we have a couple like more type projects listed under economic development. It's a community amenity, but it's also something that can help with generating more tourism and economic development. That part of the economic development is Oregon in there, which is kind of some of these other goals we just talked about. Just continuing to build on that, supporting our businesses. And then that's where that workforce housing and childcare is too, the outreach center, the guys doing and being part of this task force.
Where was the child?
It's listed under the second bullet, partner with economic development, Central Oregon support.
Oh, it's great.
On the first bullet, so first of all, we deleted the continued partnership for Explore Sisters. The thought there is that that's now part of the big iceberg in the water, right? That's an ongoing program. We budget to supply them with the TNT. They're off and running. We have the staff liaison, we have the council liaison. That's now kind of a part of core service of what the city does is just support, you know, that nonprofit to do the tourism work. On the second bullet, we do have a preliminary concept for the Northwest Park, the 2 acres, 2 point whatever acres. Wait, is that what, 2.3?
3.8, 2.8,
Almost 3, yeah.
almost, sorry, 2.8, yeah.
But that was developed, I think, as part of the development application and some work with the master plan and parcel master plan. So there's some refinement, there's some public outreach that we need to do with that to kind of pin down the final concept for what that recreational facility would be.
Gary Ross Park.
Gary Ross Park.
Right, from down, Road Convention Village.
Well, we do need a naming policy, that's just it.
That's for sure.
But
Because these things are terrible.
so that might be one of our, you know, town halls or open houses and things like that, that we can,
Good governance.
yeah, talk about is how to refine that project concept. There is, you know, we should start working on something because, you know, people are starting to move into that neighborhood, you know, the building, and we talked about just getting a big sign up, you know, to kind of set expectations that this is going to be something, folks, you know, if you buy that house right next to this space, it's actually going to be.
There's actually some value to having something, I don't know if there's a value with it. I think making sure that adjacent homeowners know that we are going to put something in there that will bring people to the neighborhood. So we're not getting a lot of negative pushback when we get ready to do it by some say, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna lose my view now over by mine, you know, and
It's idea the roundabout.
but I think that, having done this with parks and neighborhoods, that it's really best to have that up front before the development occurs. Because the developers would say they were,
We gave it to them, it's not us.
yeah, that is so. Just all joking aside, you know,
You think it's like a sign, feature?
I don't know, I really don't know, we need to have something that kind of, not on the highway, but something in the. That area that kind of defines it as, you know, home of a future city park or, you know, city amenity or something.
That something on the inside to let people know future development of it's whatever. But out on the highway, a question,
Yeah.
what's happening here? Or, I know, something that people say.
If you really look at that, well, I think it's not using roundabout, a big question mark in the
It's not a buffer in between because it's setback.
yes, then going. I think that's, when we think that was initially conceptual plan, you know, before you talked about it, I guess from my perspective. It was really, it was really asking. The folks that were doing some of the other planning, I think on East Portal and stuff like that, we had some people already involved. To say, what can we do here, give us sort of the, as we talk about the 10,000 foot elevation, maybe the 20,000 foot elevation view, is it possible, what can be done? And so conceptually, you know, you can do something. Now that you know that, you know, how big it could be, the question is, what, is it an ice rink, is it a fully enclosed facility, a field house? You know, I don't think it has to be I think that it comes down to how do you want to use it, what do you want to use it for, that helps to dictate what it is you put. And we certainly have lots of information in here, it's not a good spot for pool, I believe, because I think there are issues.
A plunge pool is very small.
Yeah, it's one of these, what else?
Yeah.
Here's the question.
Well, this is a question.
And then have an arrow, this is vegetable village.
Right. No, I think it's a good idea to start moving forward with that, and I think
Right.
nobody here's against that.
Yeah, this is the easy part, the next part of it is. You know, I think it has a continually price tag, if it's going to be in an entity that's recreational, like ice skating rink or, you know.
Like, you gotta have, you have to have the ammonia cooling system underneath even further.
Yeah, all you have to do is talk to Red and their ice skating rooms up about 20 days a year.
So the added bullet under economic development, continue implementation of the 2023 Parks Master Plan's priority projects, including limited to working with community partners. So this is actually goes back to when we first did these with SBRD, you know, and looking at pickleball, right, that came up a lot. Community garden, is something else that we're probably gonna be implementing at some point, that's happening right now, but. The decision will probably be made, and then there's probably some construction, and how much does the city actually contribute towards assisting with that? Move to public lands, so that's kind of the catch-all, like, we got these. Projects in the works master plan, some of those are on us, obviously, most of them are, but there are some that we're working with community partners to implement.
I don't feel like that village should be under any conflict. I mean, I can get the argument for the, first one, about the recreational facility,
Yeah,
but this one, it's either livability or
yeah,
potential infrastructure.
I think that's the point, but it
It's
does
also
bring.
environment sustainability.
Right.
So
We joked about some things here, but the reality is. I think we have, as a city. Do have to think about what it means if we put the community garden on city property, and I'm not saying that in a negative way. But then it becomes a city amenity as opposed to a private community. And we have a lot of people in the community garden who are not city residents, so is there a priority to city resident? I think this is not as clean as it looks. And then also it comes back to park naming convention. Are we gonna name it? Are we gonna call it community garden? Are we gonna call it Benjamin Village? Are we gonna call it, vegan vacation? I don't know, but the point is, I think there is that probably park committee talked a little bit about, but as we think about adding amenities into the community, you mentioned, we have a park naming convention. I don't think we do. We just kind of got to the policy. Okay, yeah, but that was, what we got.
Well, I mean,
There's a lease involved with that, so there's a lot of details that'll be in the lease, right?
yeah, so it would be, it'd be like probably a longer term lease,
That it makes me more comfortable.
and part of that would be working out an agreement with them, but like, what are the benefits, right? And how are they gonna manage that, what are the responsibilities that they have to keep it, well maintained and everything, and then, public access it, because it is public lands, who has access to getting a plot, how does that work out? Those are things that would be interesting.
Those are the things that will.
Sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah.
That's solves some problems.
So is the council in agreement that parks, and I have my thoughts, and I'm sure you'll, are parks essential infrastructure?
I think there is a infrastructure.
I think
I do too.
they're environmental sustainability. And there's the green places.
I think we need more economic development goals, and we can just leave it there because we.
Well, is it an economic development?
I think it's a lot of things.
I know, I didn't finish your question. Is it an economic development to have a program of naming conventions for parks like the East Portal that isn't in the east?
I mean, if it's gonna be a business is sponsoring the name, sure.
Yeah.
We actually,
CAC.
all joking aside, when we did put the name rights, we saw it brings in 10-year naming rights and brings in money, big money. And, look at Ben doing it with, the Hayden Amphitheater, before that, Les Schwab Amphitheater. It is done by public entities. And maybe when we talk about an amenity on that west end of town, maybe there is, somebody who's a naming rights, someone with deep pockets, like, previous provincial park.
There was some talk a few years back, and I was one of the leaders on this, was, hey, let's have 5 categories and have 3 bullets per category, make it all nice and, even. And now, after doing this for 6 or 7 years, you can put any bullet, you can put the bullets wherever you kind of want it. As long as it's the bullets,
Yeah.
I mean, is it nice if we had 3 and made it all even? Yeah, OCD would be very, very happy. But at the same time, the reality is, they're all holes and, these, some of these can switch between them and. I don't care. I personally don't care.
Well, here, we put the dog on our, that is actually the parking lot park. One of the comments that I heard from people about the community park going into a sister's park is that it'd be beautiful. And that be part, because it's not gonna be off, it's gonna be right in a neighborhood area, people driving by, and that it wouldn't inherently be beautiful.
Yes.
It would or wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
No.
No, we would.
Okay.
Been there?
Community gardens, they look real nice for about 2 months a year.
Yeah,
And the rest of the time, they look like a really desert patch.
right.
And
So,
that's it. My daughter is the one in Portland, and that's exactly how it looks.
so we have to,
Yeah.
we want something, yeah.
Yeah.
About it.
Okay, so we'll look at possibly moving that a little bit, the other one, explore establishing public art program. So this was discussed a little bit at the point about, well, it didn't really come up a lot, but it has come up in conversation with counselors, with, you know, the work that Carrie's been doing with the cultural arts district. This is very broad, you know, I know you love goals that say explore or consider. But it does kind of capture like, we're not really sure what this will look like yet. It could be an advisory board, it could be an ad hoc board, it could be, you know, a task force to look at how we implement more public art.
Or there's not enough engagement and it's nothing, I mean, that's, you know, some programs don't about, yeah.
But maybe, we talked about Mayor's District, there's been, that was brought up at our roundtables and other things, so maybe the key to economic development is to broaden that particular statement rather than focus it in on public art program, maybe it is explore.
Establishing board.
No, I just think it's, yeah, how do you make that so that it becomes more than just one thing, but it kind of encompasses the different things we've been asked about. I don't have an answer to it, but perhaps
Words method.
yeah, it's for establishing a program to encourage arts and art.
Public arts.
Public art, but also the makers, you want to make the makers district conduit, there too. That's part of the arts program, whether they're making public art or whether they're making wristbands, I don't care, it's making.
So just a clarity on that. So the Makers District was a part of the vision. And we went back and forth with this a couple of times over the years. And the determination was really that Makers Districts are organic and that putting our hands in that actually would probably make it less of a Makers District. There is a group established right now who are starting. You're starting to see that. They're having classes. They're doing some different things, which is great. So not that it couldn't be part of that, but that was established a little bit through the VIT years past, is that is really more.
But how do we,
Maybe we should just get out.
how do we nurture that?
Correct, so part of that could be through, so that's one piece of the Makers District, and that's a good question to think about. And then the other part of this establishing a public art or exploring establishing a public art program. We were, I guess, Jordan and I's conversation, were really leaning into what is the city doing in our parks and public spaces for art, so. That was where we really wanted to start that process. The third piece of that is what I'm doing right now with the Cultural Arts District and with a bunch of the community members. Is the first meeting was, is there an interest in this? I'm starting to organize a second meeting where the question was from that group, do we actually need the Cultural Arts District here? Because organically this town has already stood up so many things. So there's kind of a few pieces there. The Makers District is happening a little more organically. The Cultural Arts District, as far as arts on a broader scale, is happening a little more organically. Public art, however, which would be, is it in our parks? Of those pieces, I think is a great starting point for us to start to establish that on a more regular basis, I guess. We've dabbled in it a little bit.
Plan.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, we do have art that's gone up. Basically, every year we have a piece that goes in.
Yeah.
Public art, and that we don't ever talk about, but I think there's three things there. And this one, I think, is addressing the city public art versus, the rest of those things, which may stay organic. And we may again be supportive of those things, which we are through the vision. Both of those things are.
Well, we're supporting it with our partnership with economic development, because Eric is working on this stuff all the time.
I don't have a problem with anything, but I've heard my own opinion, I read it, I'm thinking about a citizen reading it, it reads. It doesn't read like a city program, it reads broader to me than that.
Yes.
So maybe there's just a little bit of work that behind, you know.
So you see,
I'm not hung up on it, let me just leave it, I think it's a good
I
idea.
can put that in as an economic to rewrite that, so it's a little bigger. Okay.
And then, yeah, like if it was more like.
Yeah.
Specific to public property, because that's what we have.
That's okay, that, when I read it cold, I read it differently than I think what I hear.
And I also would like, I would prefer arts. I think music is under art, but I think it needs to be singled out to like art and music. Just so that's captured in that. Does that make sense?
How do we get there?
So if somebody, I've always wanted to have a program where, there was in certain times of year. Public right of way that we can farm out to buskers or, just individual. Guy with a guitar, or, woman with a violin or something, and you can be like, hey, you're on the street corner from these hours to these hours, and you can put your thing out and you have a permit to do that. We're kind of this music community, but sometimes it's a very, very quiet here. But that's something that we have jurisdiction over in public right of way, and I feel like if we got ahead of that, we need a permit system, so then it's controlled, so it's not just starting to pop up and people are like, hey, I'm tripping over this guy's, guitar box, and, this is something that's been back in my head for a long time.
Panhandling, busking.
Well, it could be, some items, pretending they're in a box.
Art.
So that's it, sister minds, that's what we need.
Yes.
I like that, and I think we can just not put that.
Kind of music downtown, with
So
speakers.
city arts, which doesn't mean necessarily art, but it could be music, it could be mining, it could be traveling, culture.
Well, I think you can work, that's good work.
Yeah,
So I don't want us to skip over that I brought up naming program engaging with businesses. Naming program, naming of parks, naming of this or that. Design a naming program that engages businesses.
is that a good governance thing?
No, it's not the economic, because like, Gary said, it's an economic thing.
Sure, but we don't really have a policy.
No,
line
it's
on
saying
governance.
to look into it.
Well, I'm saying that go under good governance, because we don't even have like a policy.
Oh, yeah.
Data policy.
Terry's got some.
So this is on our list as city manager's office to look into. I don't know if it elevates to a goal. We know that you are interested in having naming policy
Oh.
developed. Up to you whether you want that as a goal or if
If
you
you
want.
guys
that
are,
to just.
if you guys are already planning on working on it, I don't think I have to have it as a plot, as a big goal. If you guys are already kind
But she wasn't that, what, she was going
So that's again, we were waiting to see if you had the interest at this to move forward with looking into that.
And we have the renaming of these portal, that's like, for that, this phase of this portal, it's like.
of, it's the buildings, as she said.
Yeah.
It sounds like you guys are already working that way anyway, if it's a kind of a slam dunk, well, I hate to say low hanging fruit because it makes it sound easy. There's a lot of work that he put into that, actually coming up with the policies and stuff like that. So if you want to put it under good governance,
Yeah.
I can support that.
I would put it under and include like exploring the idea of sponsorship or
Yeah.
anyways. I mean, we can put it in there as like part of the conversation on the policy council, like, but, there's traps to that,
Yes, I know.
especially for a small town.
Yeah, but so I.
Yeah.
Because, it is.
I'd rather have the social part.
It is a goal that we should laud once the city reaches that.
Yeah, well, we put it as a goal, then you don't get that, good governance, having a naming convention or something.
Yeah, I mean, does it need to be a goal? Like, like I said,
Yes.
It doesn't hurt to have big goals and a lot, and if you go,
Yes, Farina dot.
Ah,
not everybody wants that, but let's just be clear.
it's true. Well,
There is.
in my backyard, yeah, they're running free on the beach.
Well, that's your dog, no, I'm just kidding.
No, it's bleach,
I-
my dog is getting wild.
So go ahead and throw a naming thing on with governance, I think, with that.
All right, essential infrastructure, any other economic developments?
You know what, I'm just throwing it in there, Eric's doing a great job, just want to say that out one more time, I really feel like he goes above and beyond, like,
Yeah,
and economic development. It does, he's really all over the place, and it's cool to see, well, he did it well,
Well, here, or.
yeah.
so he's.
Anyway, I really wanted to say that out, because I almost feel like he's part of city staff, he is really integrated into city hall. I think, and if he's not, he's staff, tell Jordan so he can tell us. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Great. Okay, essential infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect, right.
So the first bullet, develop a funding strategy, initiate the design, and I had a strike through on the and construction. I'm gonna take that back, just because when I first was looking at this, I was thinking about all the huge projects we got coming down the road. Reservoir, Edgerton Road, line Lazy Z. And knowing that we're gonna be in design and funding this year, construction in 2025-26. But we also have a couple projects that we're gonna be going to construction this year, 24-25, and that would be well number one. Potentially West Side Pump Station, East Portal Mobility Hub, Parkland Drive. So we can pull that and construction back into the bullet. And then I can walk through any questions. You guys have read the white papers on all of these. The cool thing is we're getting there. We're getting so close to being there. After spending so much time, managing growth, trying to keep up with growth, updating our comp plan, updating our master plans, updating rates and SDCs. Working on procuring funding right now. We're just ready to start crossing the threshold into buildings, and the first one's coming in about 6 weeks. So the community has been asking for all of these for us to manage growth, adequately and responsibly. And it's like, okay, hold on, because the iron is going to be showing up.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be here for about 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah.
So
Lots of stuff.
lots of stuff.
That's why this is so good. Public really
Yeah.
likes seeing this.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. I mean, this is a period of massive infrastructure investments for this community. Over the next, like Paul said, 3 to 5 years, even less, right? And how we get these things going. So this is going to be pretty time consuming. It's going to be a lot of significant work. It's going to be a lot of project management. We're talking $20 to $25 million worth of investments. For us, it's going to be a lot of public information because rates are going to increase, SDCs are going to get increased. There's going to be construction activity all around town. And so people are going to go, oh, why are my water rates going up by 10%? Like, we're going to have to explain this and explain why we're doing it, how this is good, and resiliency and redundancy. And it's going to take a lot of staff time. And so, something that we're working towards with our proposed budget is possibly carving out a position where it'll be a capital projects manager. We have someone on staff who is pretty effective at managing projects, but this is something that we're exploring, is creating a job description for someone to deliver these projects over the next 3 to 4 years, because it's going to be such a significant lift. And we have a small staff, right, for managing $25 million worth of projects. We have an outside engineering firm that kind of provides assistance, but really don't have like numerous rep to really stay on top of this stuff and deliver them. So that's coming up. That might be even a good governance goal or something like that. Probably not. It probably belongs with the proposal in a proposed budget. And then in terms of the funding, these, like I mentioned, SDCs and rates and things like that, the other side of that is, reason why we have to increase rates is we got to get loans, maybe some forgivable portions of that, look at bonds, and put together that funding package, which is kind of happening now with meetings with the state.
We use an person contract. What does that mean?
On big projects, sometimes you hire an outside firm going to be the project manager. They're kind of, project manager certified, whatever, that's outside of working for the contractors or engineering firms. So they work on our behalf.
They handle the Beacon Davis paperwork and stuff like that.
Yeah, they can, depending on how much you want to actually scope them to do. I think we could do a lot of that in-house. We've done that before.
You go 4 or 5 projects, so that's a lot of.
It is
a lot of paper pushing to make the state happen. I've done
Can we just clone?
That's what I wanted to hear, since it's, I've actually done that for two major projects, that particular task in my previous life, and I think having someone to come in. Of course, Paul's okay, but someone to come in and handle some of those aspects so that, you can continue to focus on big picture things as well as overseeing all those, without having to bury yourself down in the weeds of copious amounts of nasty paperwork. I think that makes sense to that, if that works within the staffing working plan between the two of you, I mean that, but to me, I would be very much in support of that, that's what we would need to do for some of these.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
no one person is contentious with our.
well, I think this is an opportunity for the organization too with succession planning, right? So Paul will move into that role.
I didn't want to shoot that, but it did occur.
Yeah, managing the capital projects and then we.
I don't want to get rid of the issue.
Like a public works, like director or manager,
Yeah.
kind of, room and kind of learn underneath. The question I think that you might are posing for me is, do we have the administrative, kind of capacity to do the contract management and file the paperwork and, can Joe handle with the loans and the financial side of things, and the reporting, that I think it's gonna work out, whether we have the capacity to do that.
It's not a question in my mind of the abilities, or it's really more a question of if we have 2 or 3 of these major projects happening at about the same time, and some of these could happen. This is just an overwhelming amount of material to me to make the state and the feds happy in terms of the public wage law related to these sorts of projects. And they're all going to be over that limit, so we're going to have to deal with those unless we hire someone else to build it, then we buy it from them afterwards. That's the way you get around it. That's pretty sneaky. So,
And we
I
want
think,
to
again, what I'm saying is that.
Yeah,
that
we
if
want
there's
to
a
make sure.
need to work with internal staffing or bring somebody else, and I'm 100% in favor of it, because I think it makes everybody's job a lot easier, and all of them have a full-time job already, and each of these projects is a full-time job.
And I think with this position, we're gonna be taking the team approach with these large projects. We're gonna be assembling a design, on-site inspection, construction, contract admin, and construction group of contractors working together from the very get-go.
Excellent.
And really do a design build for these large projects. And then part of that team, you need that owner's rep.
Yes.
So that's where this slide.
That's why I asked you, like, I was always our school construction on another big project.
So I think Gary, what I'm hearing is that,
It was working.
Gary, are you pitching that Paul will probably move into that position and then we hire a new public works director under him?
Right.
That's okay, wasn't sure.
Or over.
Well, yeah.
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 No, really, I mean, it's my background, it's what I'm educated in, it's what I'm passionate about. And I think it's my best value to the community.
Yeah.
With these significant investments.
I don't disagree with any of that, but that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
I
say,
didn't want to ask about succession.
yeah, well, I'm just gonna say I'm not happy with the succession part at all. I thought you just work until you.
Well, these projects are gonna go on.
One other thing I'd like to say about this particular issue, even with all these infrastructure, huge capital projects, we're still focusing on conservation and sustainability. This, we're not doing this just because we want to, we're doing it because we need to, and we can't continue our conservation work and stuff that sometimes the state does not. They hold us to, but think we don't. And we do that. We're as good as anybody as far as I'm concerned. And one of the big conversations right now is water in Central Oregon. A lot of people don't realize that the recharge in the Sisters area is actually about neutral over the last 20 years. Is that right, Paul? So, and all of what we're doing is going to fall into all of those areas in a good way: conservation, sustainability, resiliency. We don't do stuff halfway around here, and that's not going to change.
Paul, it's safe to say that a larger reservoir we just communicate something, and adding that much more capacity. Does that, in our high use arenas, mean during the summer when the aquifer doesn't replenish as fast? We may have to, it means the potential to pull water right ahead of time so that we can kind of, is it gonna help, I guess, say, with the aquifer issues that the state is so angry about?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking a couple million gallons,
Yeah.
you know, which we use in a day.
Is that what we use in a day? Yeah.
So I think where you see those is larger, surface water type of stuff.
Yeah. I just curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of them.
So the second one is focused on Barkley Drive, very critical project for us. We have that 100% designed and a healthy cost estimate, was $4 million. We need to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to phase that. We've started that work with our engineers. We're gonna take that our initial phasing plan to PWAB next week and work with them on that. What it does include is the improvements from Locust Camp Hole over to Larch, almost down to Sun Ranch, including the full 3-lane cross section, the change in stop control at Barkley and Locust, multi-use paths, start setting the backbone of the lighting infrastructure for the project in that first phase. But it can also include some critical safety improvements along the corridor, whether it be additional crossings, maybe at Sun Ranch, where you got neighborhoods coming into our system and we have a gap there. Safety improvements down at Pine Street, which is another entrance into our system, especially with the North Pine Street multi-use path. So we're going to be working with our Public Works advisory group on developing and then getting the finalized cost estimate and putting that in the budget.
And I feel like a lot of our input that we have about traffic issues, we can sort of wait until the roundabout is done and Barkley Drive has done the first section to evaluate, because that's gonna change the dynamic and the flow in the community. And so it's hard to say what impact it will have on Cascade. And I don't want to do a huge change in what our police are doing, our sheriffs are doing, based upon the traffic patterns now, because I think that's going to change significantly. Hopefully it will change significantly.
I don't disagree at all, I had the same thought. But it also, in the back of my mind is when SPRD starts to program the elementary school, which means it will have more traffic throughout the day than an elementary school. Elementary school traffic tends to peak and then flatten and peak and then flatten. That's going to have a much more steady stream of traffic and depending on what's going on.
7 days a week.
As we look at that, I don't know if in the roundabout planning, there was any thought given to what it might do to that intersection. We all thought all the schools going away, so I don't, it's sort of a back of my mind question. Are we gonna have any issues related to trying to get traffic in and out of the SPRD elementary school versus the school district elementary school once the roundabout's constructed?
Do we need a stop sign?
No, you can't stop on there, not with traffic coming from the.
Yeah, we're not trying to predict what's happening there yet. I think, you know, if we can get the roundabouts complete, start making improvements on the alternate route, we're gonna be looking at the entire corridor.
Okay.
Especially that East Cascade intersection.
I've just been curious, it kind of popped into my head when I've been thinking about it. If we're successful with programming some of the things we want to program over there, there'll be a lot more vehicle traffic in and out of that during the day, as opposed to the peak times.
So that'll be a future goal after the down stuff.
I think it's pretty natural that we're gonna need a traffic study, most of the time.
Right.
Couple years out.
Especially when we go around the bus.
Are you still starting? Yeah, is there, I've heard some people. And I think rightly so complain about will they cross Barkley now? And you know, I know that there's gonna be all of these pedestrian improvements, which are great, but is there any, just asking, is there any harm in grabbing a can of paint and painting in a couple of crosswalks? Just so it's a little bit more visual cue when people are trying to cross north, south of Berkeley. I mean, every intersection is an applied crossing, you know, by law, and, but there aren't any, you know, striped, crossings. So yeah, just your thoughts on that, just. You know, I know that there's a grander plan, but for now, it's still, there's more and more people traveling, you know, on foot across Berkeley. Is there any harm in doing anything now?
No, not at all, and that's exactly what we're gonna be looking at with the PWAC route,
Okay,
is where does it make sense, how do we do it? What's gonna be the most efficient, what's gonna be the least amount of throwaway, and the biggest benefit, so, yeah.
And they'll do other ones too, if possible.
We're looking at Barclay specifically this
Yeah.
next week.
Okay,
great.
because on the locust thing, during the bull show, a lot of people park over on the east side of town so that they can leave town more easily. And so there's a lot of foot traffic coming in and out during the bull show. I live there, so I know. And so having, once locust is, you know, getting established, having like Jennifer, Councilor Lex was saying is, you know, that would be the least we could do.
Sure.
And I think the thing always to keep back in our minds is that. You know, nobody knows what the UGB process is going to end up with, but I think we all know that corner of the town is. A very high probability that along Locust and up towards the airport. It's high probability they brought into the city,
Putting another.
you know, so there is. Also, there's a large vacant piece of land in there that could easily be developed as housing. Hopefully sooner than later, so traffic patterns in that whole route are going to probably change drastically in 5 years.
The transportation plan does take that into consideration, so it's
Okay, so
it's a good plan.
it's like eventually there'll probably be a roundabout somewhere up on that part of locust. But when, where, and how is a long way off.
And when you get to the fun part of that type of infrastructure planning and development is, before you build that, roundabout, you can take a look and see how your biking head. Traffic's gonna occur, and you can build the roundabout at an elevation that you can potentially have an undercross, you know, under locust. You know, you can do that, thinking the whole system wide versus we kind of just been retrofitting, you know, in an existing system.
And I don't know how it works, but if, let's assume that someone were to do some annexation and development in some of these areas we're talking about. Would a part of the cost that the developer might have to incur in terms of infrastructure upgrades would be intersection improvements?
Absolutely,
Thank you, that's what I thought.
on site and off site, you got me.
That's what I thought. I wasn't sure.
Okay, a new bullet here this year is pursuing grants and funding opportunities for high priority pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure projects. That's kind of very open-ended. I'd like to get maybe a little bit more detail from you all today on what is kind of the highest priority in your mind of being able to use our existing street funds to build. And kind of the list that I have out there is, we have our Elm Street multi-use path, which connects essentially the middle downtown and the southern portion of town to our link to the county in Three Creeks, out to the south. So that would be a multi-use path from Village Green all the way out to Tyee, including a separated pedestrian bridge, which we've applied for grants, been unsuccessful. So it may be time to see if we can just fund it. And it's an important link. What we're seeing with our multimodal connectivity gaps is those gaps into the county plan.
And that's,
We bridged one with the North Pine Street multi-use path, it's been wildly successful. We have another need on the north end of town on Camp Polk. That I think is pretty low hanging fruit to make that connection from Barkley to Sun Ranch. In front of the old Conklin property, and that would give us a great trail all the way from the northern city limits, all the way into downtown. And then, we have pretty good connectivity on the west side, with the Highway 242 McKinney Butte infrastructure. And we are going to be continuing to work with ODOT to get connectivity to the east, but I'm seeing right now, those key links would be the north and south links.
can we do both?
We could potentially do both. Yeah,
And I'm barraging him with emails I'm getting through like had grants.
Oh, yeah, I said, like, I was just looking when I got the other day, I'm going,
I mean,
yeah.
there's a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Where
I
have
hope
we
we
go?
you get something, but
If,
is there, the stuff to the east, is great. Cause this is something that's been in my head for 3 years and I drive by it and it's like, I need to say something about that, and then I keep driving and never write it down, so I'm really excited. The mobile home park on the east side of town is in this triangle, that's totally cut off from the entire city, pedestrian wise. There's no crosswalks, there's no way for anybody to get in and out of there, and you know, a lot of those people are biking or walking. Is there a concept or a plan or an acknowledgement that this is a huge access gap and a possibility for a path, and I know it's a really difficult spot, because there's 2 state highways. It's a triangle.
yeah, so we're gonna be in a partnership on the solution, and we've come up with kind of the concept of an interim solution. And actually, there's a bond in place for those improvements, which include a crossing with the rapid flashing beacons, you know, it's almost scary. But it would kind of mimic the crossings you'd see in the parkway. And then where you can get hit, even with that infrastructure,
Crossing,
still
crossing 20 or 126?
crossing Highway 20.
Wow.
Cause that then gets them to a multi-use path that's in the town, right?
So they can't
So
go back.
cross and walk into the Five Pines property area.
Correct,
Yeah, into that part.
which that's what we see the most. Is that-
doing that, they're just sending
Yeah.
They're out there playing frog, you know,
Yeah.
trying to get across.
45 miles more.
Yeah,
That's
oh,
agency
absolutely.
there.
The long-term solution is obviously the roundabout at 126, which one?
That's
Which
like-
we're not gonna wait for that, I think. It's really working with our partners at ODOT to, once we have the locust built, we have more infrastructure going out to the bridge, that we look at, how do we get people across that?
Because that's when my understanding is the traffic study that's triggered for the east. The highways on the east side, once Locust roundabout's built, it's backwards to me, but. That triggers the traffic study to get traffic slowed down coming in from the east side of the city.
Yeah.
Which is critical in getting things all function properly and then not.
If they
people
get-
come in at 60 miles an hour.
If they get enough room, a safety island in the middle, is that what they're thinking?
Well, you got a turn lane in there, you got some other
Yeah,
things.
so they could potentially put it.
We haven't gone down the road of full design,
Yeah,
like we are getting ready to out of East Portal.
I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I still want to open Parkway, and you're right, it's there, it's scary, but you definitely want that pedestrian island.
sure.
So it sounds like the east side, although you're working. There's nothing coming to fruition in the next year or two.
Not this budget year, no.
Okay,
No.
So on this particular bullet item that says pursue grants and funding opportunities for high priority pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure projects. You know, if you want to wordsmith it to say north and south or Camp Polk and southbound.
No, I think what he said is, what is our priority?
I think that those are,
By our sets.
Specificity.
Sorry,
I think that that's fine,
in that bullet,
I think so.
Then you also have McKinney Butte as a separate bullet.
completely separate, yeah.
And why? I mean, because it's kind of, I mean, I know there's a lot of pedestrian crossing going in there, or is that?
It's more, that's more of a safety versus a connectivity.
And it's happening, like.
So are you asking
Yeah.
for guidance as to relative to the two related projects you laid out there, or it was three? And this other one that we're talking about for the east is that it's gonna come later, so it would be the Elm Street and the Campo, those two.
Correct, those are our two highest priorities.
Okay.
I'm all
for connectivity projects.
I think for that, you know, I don't. Yeah.
I'll work with our engineers to update the cost estimates and work with Joe. And see if we can magically get some, if not full funding, some matching funds. That we can work with getting grant funds.
And what this can do is we knock these two off the list in the next year, or really close to it.
Yeah.
Next year, the goal is there and we say east side, west side, you know, and kind of move forward if those things are ready to go, you know, closer to being ready to go, right?
I think it's just, yeah, it's a good way for us to really put our.
Yeah, I think so.
We've been talking about it, we've been, you know,
I know the southbound one,
grant funding everything that we've been doing multimodal wise. And with very little match, so I think it's time.
yeah, I think a lot of people have been talking about the southbound, especially,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's been on the board for a little bit. And
It's dangerous and we got a lot of visitors using.
Oh, that gets used.
we have those people that come in the vans and there's 50
Yeah.
bikers going down and they're going straight down the middle of the street, get it out. And the bridge is not that wide.
I just isn't on all
It's not moving.
Then we have fishing lights for those.
You've got things to put down.
Yes, fix them free.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. Next.
Runs through it, so.
McKinney View.
We got McKinney View safety improvements,
It shouldn't be.
there's been a fair amount of education and some outreach on that project. We worked with PWAB at our last meeting in January. And we are going to full design as we speak and just want to include construction funding for that project in the budget as well. So don't have a full cost estimate yet, so I can't share that information. But we're working on that. We should have it soon for the budget.
And it's not just painting a few lines.
Yeah, like
It's concrete, it's signage, it's permanent.
so we look at primarily tape,
It's about happening.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because the dynamite, you can take a fire apparatus, so they're pretty much close to full speed without disturbing it too much. But they look like they're gonna send you to the moon to follow.
Right.
Anything to slow down the high schoolers that are at lunch.
It's gonna help.
I mean, I'm serious, it's crazy.
It is.
I used to be.
It's never changed.
Is that all?
Still.
Now that e-bikes go.
That's a different.
Are you guys still with the essential infrastructure plan?
Yes.
I think it's great.
All right, cool.
And once again, we crossed out the traffic safety audit improvements because we've done them all. That we're on that audit list.
On the high priority list, yes, but I would say it's almost an outdated list.
Yeah,
So especially with these McKinney View improvements coming in and that's another one of those kind of ongoing never.
And like I say, I think when we get to the roundabout building, we see the traffic impact on both Cascade as well as Barkley, and that was part of the town, there's all kinds of different things you may be considering.
yeah, there will be new pressure points.
Yes, that's the.
Before we move on from that, there was a change in, or a possible change in the safe routes to school amounts. I think it's a percentage or something like that, that went up from like 1.2%. Have you heard anything about that? You know about that?
Funding,
Yeah,
They have 26 million for safe routes, $2 million available for education.
yeah. Can the McKinney stuff be any part of that, or does it have to be the particular safe route that we already put in? That's the only part that applies.
no, we're already talking to the school district on It's a partnership
Okay.
application, a co-application.
Oh,
And it went from, 1 mile radius to 2 mile radius.
That was the, that was 1 mile. I knew it was 1 to 2, and I thought it was millions, but, yeah.
It's a great source of funding, we've used it in the past.
Yeah, I remember being.
At least it was non-federal, so it's a lot easier to administer
Sure.
than federal funds, but.
As long as they're aware of it, I'm happy.
And then ODOT has another grant coming out, starting August 1st for $61 million in connections that are not on roads. So it's a specific path grant funding. As well. And then there's also one that's a carbon reduction grant, full list of $12 million.
And then we was, first one to connect sisters who come from totally eighties.
So yeah, I think the connection's not on all of these. And yeah, it's just, I would say it's by plane, so I think on Elm Street, and then it's
Right.
like, all of that.
People told me that.
You don't have to pay for it, that'd be great, but it's worth paying for because it's essential infrastructure, so.
And something we're gonna be working with PWAB as well, this spring and summer is. Really working with our existing multi-use paths and getting better. Directional signage
Yeah,
on them. Being able to get key links, to. County assets, city assets to, just to make it a little bit more visitor friendly.
and that might be something that you can explore sisters as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
new branding and all that.
Yeah,
Well, and I.
SCA will obviously be a part of that conversation.
In a lot of places where you see that now, they have a QR code down at the bottom, you can actually take your cell phone, block it, it'll bring the route up that it's talking about.
Did you hear that
Well,
QR codes are now used for scans though?
Yeah,
Yeah, so you have to be careful not to scan because it can bring
around time off.
bugs into your phone.
I'm gonna be time off. I
Okay,
think we wanna continue working, but there is food, so let's
Yeah.
grab food and. Everybody eat.
I'm gonna pause the recording while this is on, let me know when you're ready to go back on.
Yeah, it might not be 5 minutes, it might be 2 minutes. But, okay,
yeah.
okay,
so it's not-
hello, everybody. We're eating lunch, but we're gonna do a working lunch, so I apologize. I think before we get to this stuff, our next, kind of go through good governance now, and, I think we're going to do a conversation.
Yeah, a couple updates here. The first one, this is kind of ongoing, and I think I've been to a couple of the VIT meetings. We continue to stay engaged with that. C4C is leading the meetings on the vision implementation team. And I think there's going to be probably more over the next year, like what's the next steps? With the country vision, is it an update, is it revisiting the action items and refreshing those strategies? But I think the important thing here is that, we continue to be a community partner. Do our part, implement what we can, and a lot of that is just related to the other goals, right? So I think it's important that we, symbolic, right, that we're gonna be a part of that, and we have a seat at the table. The vision, how that ends up looking like. We've kind of evolved the development and implement a community outreach plan. To continue to expand opportunities for community engagement and involvement. I think that is broad enough to capture things like, running quarterly open houses in town halls, council coffees. We've done a lot on the communication side already, and we'll continue to work on that. With social media, newsletter, and doing surveys. Then we have a big project coming up that will have a lot of public involvement. So I think we want to keep that a little bit broad, just to say, this, we hear your community, you want to be involved, you want to be part of, the process. And we'll continue to do that kind of with new ways.
You did forget the informal beers with the mayor.
The beer in there, of course.
I haven't done that a couple times in the last month.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Informal.
And then finally, added a bullet here for establishing a naming policy for city parks and facilities, so then they're gonna show up on my version, but we talked about that last out. So keeping that, you know, both for parks and facilities, because we have this building, for example, that does not have a name. I don't know if it's ever had a name, it's just has an address, but it goes by Main Street or First Street or whatever comes to mind first, so. We want to make sure that policy would incorporate. You know, it can actually be kind of lengthy, and there's a lot in that, you might run it by a few of our advisory boards, because there's something about, if you name it after a person, they have to be deceased, and you have to look at their history to make sure it's not even problematic there. You know, stuff about sponsorships, you know, commercials, sponsorships and names, get name rights and things like there's things we can work through. On a policy like that, and there's best practices and examples out there too, so we can start from scratch. And I think that's it, unless you guys want to fight, the way that my work towards the biannual budget idea, but I won't press that. Any other?
So-
Let's do it.
So I do have a thought, and I think the corner of both of the two bullets about community engagement. But I think if we periodically have town halls in order to share, you know, what might be the current issue of the period, you know, whether it's the quarter or the last few months, so that the public can actually engage with us and the city staff, you know, about why we're, you know, working on the Seeds portal over here, and, you know, it's causing all these traffic problems. So we just kind of share and talk and make it, you know, where the public feels like they're being heard and then understanding, you know, because you know what we do, and when we explain things, the public is better off.
I enjoyed our last town hall. I think I mentioned at the end of that, I think we should do it on. I recommend not the summer, if only because the summer is already so busy. But I think, once every 6 months or 3 of them, one, you know, in fall, winter, spring, maybe, or just fall, spring, I think I would love to.
Yeah.
I would, I'd love to do it even if the city wasn't, if staff wasn't involved, I feel like I'm gonna be part of that. But I do think it means a lot when it comes from the city, so I would support that. If somebody wanted to, if you wanted to make a bullet or put it in a bullet or add it to something. I think it's just, we're kind of getting to that size where word of mouth's almost not enough anymore, because we have so many people and so many different veins and distribution.
Well, we're finding social media and the ability to spread significant amounts of disinformation.
Yes.
Yeah, we have through this whole meeting without talking about that.
I mean, but in terms of whether it's intentional disinformation or whether it's just misunderstanding of what's going on, but all of which tends to breed angst. And I think you're right. I think the more we can provide the message, the better off we're going to be as a city.
I do like the idea of having both a kind of informal, like copy of the counselor or open-ended in a hall. But then at the same time, we're gonna draw people, you know, we usually position it around top or
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
Sure, because people might get fatigued, right? Like this one, we had goal setting, right? What should we work on for the year, right? Rather than just, hey, come on in and talk to council. You know, like, now's your chance. If you really have something bugging you, come talk to the council about. You might get more people if you actually have a theme or a topic or I'm really engaged.
You know, we wouldn't have tables sitting around, we wouldn't be doing surveys, it'd just be a communication forum, but I didn't mean open topic.
Yeah, I think you can add 1 or 2 and.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, have an hour and a half.
Yeah.
See shows.
And keep in mind, we're also doing like, we get invited to do community builders events at C4C and things like that too. So there's, you know, there's a fair amount of stuff that's just programmed every year. That we're doing.
And I think some of them, you can combine some, because C4C and whatever it is, it's the same topic. I think
I think one of the things that did come out, and I don't know how we did, we solved it, but it came out at the round table, we were sitting there and came up with the comments here, is that if we do some of these events, it would be nice and had the ability, parents, would enjoy.
Yeah,
So that we can think about the child care issue, or you're reading some area that, you know, not, Joe offered things, oh, okay, in Joe's office, Cubicles.
Yeah, I have. I mean, there's a. Or we have to go to where they are, so whether it's Google or whether it's somewhere else.
This is kind of part of. I hate to say it like this, but where we can lead by example. I know that, we had the childcare discussion in the Belfry. Somebody provided childcare down in the basement, so right, I know Kellen Fines for C4C, he's the executive director now, he's all over the stuff. I think that. Let's find a way that we can. I don't know, I don't know how that happens, but let's find a way as an organization, as a city, and go. We're gonna lead by example by having a discussion and having childcare. I don't know how we do that.
Well,
It sounds like it's kind of a big lift, but I think that if that's kind of where, if we can get it done, that means other people can see how they can do it too.
Well, they may be able to say, oh, we'll go to a place like that.
I don't know where it's at. I'm not saying how to do it, but I'm just saying it's.
But I think we all tend to, I tend to think about, could we have, could it be more on our own house, and we'll have it at City Hall, but maybe that's the wrong approach.
And it doesn't have to be at every meeting when you first start out, but once you learn how to do it, then it becomes part of the process of having a public meeting.
Yeah.
And then 3 years from now, maybe every public meeting's got that component to it, I just, again, I'm not telling people how to do it, just exploring how to try to get it.
I think this is a good example of where on that last bullet point, I'd like it to have a little bit more teeth. I know it's open-ended and I see the point in that, but also I think it was more directed, create a strategic plan around community engagement and all. And that might be announced, that might be hiring somebody to do that.
Might include the, public forums, town hall meetings.
Yeah,
That sounds like a lot of work, but
maybe
maybe.
not those words, but I would prefer something a little bit more formal, yeah.
A strategic plan sounds really formal out there, so
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
But I just feel like that we just pointed out a whole bunch of important issues, and never even a comment, somebody said, hey, I didn't like that. I didn't like that story about on TV, it's really fair, it's really like that.
We need to get involved in the spreadsheet. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna, so, like the UTV process, for example, when the consultant comes on board, part of their proposal. Correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, is that there will be a public involvement plan that will be developed as part of the project, right? So the consultant will probably hire a sub-consultant as part of that work, staff will be involved, council will be involved, but. In that, we can kind of scope out the scope to have like childcare provided at some of these events, like that would probably be one of the first, actually like that, so. And then on the public works projects, there would probably be a public involvement with those, right? How do we notify businesses, how do we get people, information about projects and things like that, so. Projects can have this plan, but what we're probably lacking is that overarching sort of plan. That can be repeated year to year, that evolves as we come up, go along.
All press release and media authorities, and it's not like we're doing a bad job, it's just, again, people, and it's not for, and I feel like there's, if we need to go outside and, get help, then we need to do that, it doesn't mean that they have to be a full-time consultant, but it's something to draft a plan, but we don't have to be.
And do we need to look at what's many days to do those to someone family friendly? We want to get some of our younger citizens in the door, it's the time that we do it. For our meetings, not only you act, because some children of that age. And well, I mean. Is there a better time than 6 o'clock at night or 4 o'clock in the afternoon to do some of these things, even though it's a bit of a. Stress for us, if we really want to bring in a segment of our community that's not retired or has children out of the house or single. We want to get those parents there. Is there a time we think about doing this? I don't have an answer. I just want to throw that. So.
I would.
Sorry, we laying along.
No, I was just thinking, a lot of parents would be parents too, so.
Yeah, that's what I
mean, like, you move the hour.
I think it's part of the study and the look at.
Yeah, but weekends at 10:30 a.m. There you go. Yeah, you're right. So, after staff report. But if we do it, they have to do it. Saturday. In order to get some.
So I would like to offer a two bullet thing where one is the, coming up with the overall communications engagement plan. And then the other bullet being, we definitely want to have these town hall forums X number of years, where, X number of times during the year. Because I don't want the forums, the town halls to be waiting for a plan while we're going through this year. There's going to be times that people are going to want to talk to us, and I want us to have the flexibility and have a way of expediting a forum should we need one.
Well, we could do that in a meeting, right? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, it goes to like, you have a symbolical in here just to show the public that what you're gonna be doing versus like. It's no cost to us, really, I mean, there's little staff time or whatever, but I mean. Council wants to do 3 town halls a year, we'll do 3 town halls a year, we'll do a program and find the time. That's it.
Or town halls as needed, not more than 3 times a year.
Or not more than 7.5 times per year unless the meeting is 16.
Not less than 2, but not more than 4, I mean.
But if you're gonna be involved in the town hall, we have to agree not to fight amongst ourselves.
Yeah,
Would we do that?
civil town halls.
We do that so often. Well, you have enough there or anything to.
We had sent you all of them.
Exploring union.
Yeah, anything on that, so the naming policy for city parks and facilities.
I think that needs to be.
And then the code cleanup, is that under good governance or is that under?
That was something.
I know it was, but I was trying to be better
Yeah.
here.
It
A lot
is.
of, it's under housing livability and growth.
Yeah, I mean,
There were 2 different aspects. One, we're talking about the code things we're doing for. They're related to livability and that kind of thing. There's also code changes that are directed at state and. How do I want to put it in terms of the kinds of things that have to happen behind the scenes related to how development is done and some of those things, which may not really be livability, but are really more. In the realm of the planning commission. I don't know. I mean,
I'm gonna go back on your earlier statement about livability, it's in everything we're doing.
yeah.
I'm wondering if we just remove livability out here and call it housing and growth to just narrow down the focus of. That section and know that livability is everywhere, I don't know, something.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, we don't ignore livability because it's not, because these other things in this other
And
section.
that's why we put that word in there, because people were, we weren't caring about the environment. So we put the word in there and say, yes, we do.
But like I said, it's in all of.
I'm not.
Yeah, but I think the one bullet you could take out, relative to moving it to be governance would be the continue to update the Sisters Development Code. Because that's not so much, it's just a continuing effort that is good governance.
It is, I mean,
City code out, the city code policies, if you're gonna do that, you say you add.
Well, whatever that goal is.
well. I mean, as part of our staff work, we often come up with like housekeeping code updates because we're processing an application, we notice like, oh, this is pretty vague, or this could be interpreted the wrong way, we need to clean this up. So typically on an annual basis, we'll bring some housekeeping code changes, and is that good governance, or is that having to do with livability through the development code? It can fit in either place, I thought, because we already had a goal about the development code updates, that we could kind of slide it in there, because there's, yeah.
That's the question, actually.
I think
You-
it's slightly in.
Having, worked in other jurisdictions, and so you work two of these goals over together. So, do you see organizational strategies to these that might make it work a little bit better? Or should you just look at the way it is not Pandora?
That would be a question.
That was one of my
Next slide.
Yeah, that was one of my opening statements, is that, yeah, I think next time around that we would look at possibly structuring it a little bit differently.
Okay,
And maybe spending a morning just talking about broader kind of goal statements rather than just categories. Like I said, some of these get into like really more actions that are kind of lower level than council.
I'm pretty sure in 2018 it was 1 page. And, I mean, that's just
growth, it's part of growth,
We have a lot going on, and I think in every council's different, right? Like, some-
Well, I'm not wedded to this format, expressing imagination. I think that,
No, let's talk about it.
let's make it a. One of the reasons we have you here is, you know, to give, make us look at things differently. And, we may not like what you say, and we may have to get you in the shins, but we, definitely want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what it upset them are right on the game. I think we can actually, a lot of these, like you said, we're modifying things that are already continuing, which is working, so.
So I think that's a future goal to
A goal.
look at the. Yeah, future goal to look at
Goals.
the format of the goals.
Moving right along.
Yeah, all right, now we're on to environmental sustainability.
Yeah, so this is another kind of catch-all category. I think environmental sustainability, again, not having like a whole statement to go along with it is symbolic, is showing that this is a value that the council has. That we want the public to know that we have that value. Now, the actions under this can be, you know, is all across the board, right? Some of this is essential infrastructure. You know, these portable mobility hubs that, you know, that could be infrastructure, you know, so. It's fine, you know, are we building these portal because it's environmental sustainably or sustainable, or is it because it's got a huge, it's transportation, there's some recreation, there's parking, I mean, there's. Yeah,
Some people argue that it's anti-environment, you know,
well,
in terms of encouraging carbon producing activities within our community.
there's tree removal associated with the development, like that project, so anyways, let's jump into it,
Jumping in.
So the water conservation plan, we've scratched, I think it's because,
It got folded into our overall sustainability plan.
which is the next bullet that. Council, endorsed the plan, we have a city sustainability plan now, we did highlight EV charging infrastructure. Why did we pull that out? It seems to be kind of the talk of the town, you know. And we have sort of mapped out potential places.
Why does it say at city facilities?
So we have control over, you know, we're starting with the East Portal, but we know that, you know, part of our plan would be to purchase EV vehicles as fleet cars. So we're looking at the operations center, City Hall, and then we also have pump facilities that have electricity. And so that's the next one we need for is Clemens Park, Village Green, having EV chargers there rather than, you know, trying to figure out developing a better.
So we're not talking about including in our code that when a master plan comes in, that we require certain EV charging stations.
For multifamily, water,
Multi-family's got a requirement, 20%.
So this is in addition to what we already have. We're specifically targeting our own infrastructure.
yeah.
We're setting an example, just like with the mitigation, you know. Fuels.
I could make it less than 14 miles long, sustainability things that are relatively easy to do, but they're all code type things, so I think we start to cross into how much we really want to do. For instance, did every house have hot water circulation systems built from here on out? So you're not dumping water down the sink the way you get hot water. I mean, I retrofitted my house here, I had those my last 2 houses, and you'd be surprised how much of a difference it makes. But you're not dropping 4 or 5 gallons of water down every time you want hot water in the kitchen. Because it's on the other end of the house and hot water. And it's cheap, it's a bunch of pipe and pump. Literally is relatively inexpensive to great. But when we talk about sustainability, water conservation,
What's that called again? Hot water?
a research, it's a research, it's a simple little pump that's down at the bottom of the hot water tank, and then you have to take and use the products part of the house. Oh, jeez, I thought I'd get the hang up button. It's a fax machine that calls me every day. But my point is that there are lots of things we could go down the rabbit hole. Yeah, and so we could talk about environment, sustainability, we broad makes a lot of sense.
Is it okay to put the EV charging infrastructure at city facilities? Does anybody have a particular issue with that state?
No.
I'm just asking.
Are these EV stations gonna be available to anybody that wants to pull in?
A little bit of both. I think we may look at chargers for city operations vehicles.
Right.
Like maybe one of them, because we already have some in City Hall, we might put another one there, but it would be, perhaps for the city fleet car. Same with the operations center, obviously, but the ones at parks like Village Green or Clemens would be local.
So our parks are considered city facilities.
Yes.
Okay, I was
Sorry.
picturing the difference between, reading.
We could add parks, so city facilities and parks.
Well, and I appreciate you mentioning, because one of the questions I had
City
related to
property.
this goals, are we gonna start looking at, and I kind of have to know the answer to that, we replace our fleet vehicles, in particular, those that we use for around town trips. As opposed to work trucks and stuff like that, to really start looking at either hybrid, plug-in hybrid or EVs, because,
And bicycles.
yeah, bicycles, but that's where you have, that's where the. Like plug-in EVs typically uses 40 miles a day or less, a lot of those, so you never really get into the gas and engine that much.
Do you mean electric bikes? Is that what you want?
Bikes, this is a small town, it's a lot.
But anyway, I appreciate your sentiment, but as we look at infrastructure, I think we should put some charging stations out at the physical plant.
Yeah.
That's in the back of my mind. And especially with the solar panels up there, your charging can be almost free if you do it certain times.
I mean, I think this kind of falls into like our night skies conversation.
Yes.
We're not excluding the city. The city's gonna take a lead on it. Doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be all encompassing, but we're down to that.
But perhaps something we could do as a city, although it may be an Explore Sisters thing, or maybe a Chamber of Commerce thing, so we'll talk about sisters, is letting our guests know where they can find EV charging.
Of course.
Yeah.
I think that's part of it.
Whether it's the Tesla charging over in Rays, or whether it's the charging we have down here at City Hall, or whether it's the East Portal, or something else, we just want people to know where they are. Okay.
Would we have that on our website too?
We could definitely do that. We could probably GIS map,
Yeah.
the chargers. I think there's apps out there to pull in.
Yeah.
Just like people discover the one with the light.
There are 4 or 5, all of them are clunky.
Okay.
The only one that, frankly, and I'm not saying that I haven't, the only one that really works well, works all the time is the Tesla, but only shows you Tesla chargers. And there are a couple of other ones up there, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna do a time check. I think we find the rest, 25 minutes left.
Okay, I want to add just in this comment that we might consider some kind of signage that points people in the direction of them. Because I've seen people driving around and near the library and not really finding those EV stations, and so you just kind of go, like this with them, so signage might be nice. On the bullet number 2, in environment and sustainability, I think we should take off and complete a public naming process, because we've already added in.
We haven't done it yet.
We just did the other one above.
I know. But, well,
I'm moving on.
okay.
Paul, do you want to give a brief update on East Portal, that we've been working on?
So we are actively in the design phase of the East Portal Mobility Hub. We have refined the original approved concept plan to really try to save as many trees as we possibly can. So we're just getting creative on where the parking is. We're not going with just building a huge park. So being creative there, we got a refinement sketch from our engineers. We're gonna take to PWAP next week and kind of work it through with them. And then we'll be able to show it to you guys. And then at that point, they'll go straight to final design and construction docs and be ready to put it out to bid.
So we should like to see some dirt being moved before the end of the year, or maybe in the early next year.
Before the end of 2024, we're
Yeah.
shooting together.
And just use a point, take off the public meeting, we have a public meeting thing.
Good with that, okay.
I'm okay with that.
What kind of look at there?
Okay.
Yeah. and-
Everybody good with that one? I mean, is there anything else we need to round out the information? It's kind of short and to the point, but it is what it is, right? So it's end of 2024, so it's right in the middle of the fiscal year.
Wait. Oh, sorry, I have one more thing to add, this is the sustainability one, real quick. First of all, long term, maybe next year, moving forward, I know it's environmental sustainability, but we can keep this heading, I would recommend. It just be sustainability, because sustainability is environment, economics, and equity, and that's kind of, it seems like we're kind of just focusing on environmental issues. And they all bleed into other things, of course, but just something to consider moving forward, if this is a topic that we want to keep moving forward with a heading.
Yeah.
Second thing is, there's a lot of stuff about trees, tree management, cutting trees, replanting trees, which trees to plant, that requires a all this kind of stuff, so I don't know if that's completely captured, but I know it's a little bit of a fire stuff, but I don't know if you want to have like a separate bullet point around that. There's still, there's still issues with tree fines, we passed the new tree code, but it hasn't really been delivered to the public and, in a format that they'll recognize and understand, so I'm just throwing that out there. And then the third thing is, how involved we want to be, or as a goal, the Recycling Modernization Act is gonna be kicking in, and I mean, that's obviously a huge lift for the public, but, we have our facility, there could be some things we could do at the city level, and I know there's money available. That is theory, I think, our public's supposed to capture, but I don't know, there could be options for us to get money correctly. So. I don't know if that, you might want that as a bullet point or some. So either, because that role's gonna change. That's gonna be really interesting to see how that all plays out, and especially because we own that recycling side. And again, I don't know if that is something more work planish, doesn't need to be a goal, but I just wanted to just throw this up.
I'd like to try in on that, and I think we should have a bullet on, communicating to the public the tree code. And then, on the recycling, one of the, people suggested that we do offer recycling options downtown. Recycling bins.
Yeah, we did public comment about trees, so like I mentioned earlier today, significant trees. Possible thing like looking at a heritage tree program, next look on the private tree and also public trees. The recycling center is an interesting one, there probably might be a goal there, I mean, we're planning to meet with Republic and kind of talk about the future of that. Recycling Modernization Act, we mentioned before, curbside recycling is going to be pushed out there. And we're going to be in a situation where our residents in the city limits are going to have glass, mixed, commingled recycling and trash service. And so now we operate and subsidize a service for unincorporated residents that we don't need. And so we're going to have this situation where, if the county wants us to continue to do that, is the county willing to take it on? Republic, it's costing them a lot of money, they're having a problem staffing it. So there is this kind of conversation that maybe we need to start here and continue through the next fiscal year. What is the future of that recycling?
We own it, I mean, is there a better use for that land?
Right.
Yes.
That's.
Or we just stop curbside and pick up all the energy.
Just throw it in the.
Get a new contract with a different trash company and.
It's probably gonna cost us more. I mean, this is super complex and we're not gonna get to it today.
But as a bullet point, I think that we can definitely say, what are we gonna do with the recycling center, or at least start the conversation, you know what I mean? Because I think that there's so much involved with it. I think the trash situation is part of it, I think recycling is part of it, I think federal legislation is part of it. And I don't think that in the next 20 minutes, we're gonna come up with a cohesive solution for it. I mean, honestly, I'm all aboard because I really think that some of the conversations we've had with Republic last year were super surprising. And,
This is really nice for Detroit.
Yeah.
and,
I have different words for it.
and I think we need to take a look at it, the contract says we can't do anything for 6 or 7 years or something.
You're talking about the French.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the recycle.
No, but I mean overall, because I think that it all needs to be looked at, trash and recycling, and I don't think it has to happen today, I don't think it has to happen in the next 2 months, but it might happen next year. So anyway, I'm just throwing that out there because,
Well, I think it ties nicely with what Councilor Lutz was saying, and so maybe
I definitely want to talk about recycling and recycling center, for sure, I mean, obviously the trash thing is a little bit on the side, but if, anyway. I think there should be a bullet point about the recycling center in that discussion about. Are we gonna continue doing that, and if we do the curbside, how does it all fit together? Because you're right, I mean. We can't do it all for everybody, right? So
so,
we,
and then,
Right, it's redundant.
so we're rewording back to what you and Jennifer talked about with the tree code. And also looking at significant trees and perhaps even that other suggestion about taking care of dead trees in town. That whole tree section could have one bullet. It was worded somehow.
We also, yeah, we, well,
Yeah,
I mean, I think we really need a, for, fire, tree with.
Yeah.
that's another how that.
But yeah, that started with, that's kind of the fire, yeah.
Yeah, but anything related to trees, I think we should have a bullet that,
Yeah,
you
and I mean, is there anything about the UFB that we need to be updated on? that-
Well, I'm actually, just looking at the next agenda, the last 3 agendas, I think we've had to take down some pretty significant trees in the city. Both in the right of way and the city parks that have died, a couple down at Creekside, and I think East Portal had a couple of big ones drop, and there's gonna be a couple more big ones drop. That are dead, that are not, with this climate change and
Yeah.
stuff, so as we talk to people about not being able to just willy-nilly cut trees down on the property, and then in the meantime, we're dropping pretty good sized trees on city property. I think if nothing else, we have to figure out a strategy to get the word out as to why trees on city property or city right away are being taken out. We don't really, that I've seen, say why we do it. The forestry board, it's in the minutes. But do we need to think about some kind of communications plan? And if we talk about the ordinance, that there's a need to be, sort of in memoriam to the 14 large trees that were taken down in our town this year. So, but I don't have an answer, but I think that, the thing I'm seeing on UFB is that almost every meeting now, we're being told about trees that are stressed or endangered, or trees that have to come down. And I don't know if it's an increase from what it used to be, because I've only known the board a while, but it seems like a lot.
yeah, so I have a question. And I don't know the answer to this, and that's why I'm gonna ask it out loud. Is there something we can do to increase what the urban, the UFB is doing and give them more responsibility somehow, so it can, or do we need to come up with some policy and task them with something?
I don't know, it's a great question.
I mean, I don't want to, I don't want them to feel like a reaction, I don't want to feel like I want them to feel like they're part of the solution and helping the solution. And so maybe we need to think about that relationship and. I don't know.
2 years ago, 2 years ago, we did the tree plan for public. Yeah, but then we kind of, dealt with a few issues on private land. Obviously in the last couple of months, but there's still holes, and still people still ask me this, and it's like. We are going through this phase of losing a lot of the old trees, really sad, and we're not replacing them. At a rate, but also we don't leave a bunch of trees in one place, it's just flammable, and like trees over here, it's a very nuanced thing that we haven't. We're working on some of the pieces, but it hasn't all congealed yet into a kind of a good plan. There's some pieces of it, and it's still something that's very popular topic. On this list on the street, for a reason.
Did you? I have some trees.
I'm trying to. Say today.
Right.
While we're on the topic of the enforcement board, I cannot make a meeting on Monday. So if there's anybody who can come from, appreciate it. It's 3 o'clock. And there'll be, I think there's a list of 4 or 5 more trees that are gonna have to come down and also some others to be considered at City Hall. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll send you the packet.
it's pretty cyclical, anytime we have a windstorm, we get obviously concerns about leaning trees, so that'll be a big. topic.
Yeah, if we had a couple of trees that didn't have significant chunks, finding rod and trees that looked okay, so, but the point is that the more we know and we can communicate why we're taking trees down. When we're saying, yeah, that we can, we're not taking down trees that help take endangered trees, that's really what we're doing, we're removing trees that will be the age trees, and when we can, they do get left. For wildlife trees, but most of these are not suitable for that.
So we have a, maybe one of the like more carrots, in terms of replanting, we just got notice that we're, Retreat City USA again, the application was accepted, so, again, we put in that application, so we are a tree city, and we do one event a year already, right, plant some trees, but. Is there other programming that we can look at to encourage more replanting of trees, given that we are losing a lot of significant trees to disease and dying off, and development? That's why it's the heritage tree program is something that we have control over, that we can do, as opposed to trees just dying, from climate change and infestations.
I think that's a question for, Ian and the Forest Service. I mean, they used to, the pioneers from years ago, they used to have like an annual, like, $1 seedlings or something, you could go, it was just, it's a massive amount of seedlings, I don't think they do that anymore. So there isn't that kind of replenishment, the next generation of trees being planted cheaply and easily, I mean. Cause you have your own nursery, right?
More focused on street trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, just for individuals, it's not that like anything else is expensive.
It's a broad topic,
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, if you wanna obviously chew on it and bring us back something.
Yeah,
The urban canopy. Within that, there was.
Yeah.
right, we have part of our, process is to about the inventory, for all the trees for.
We have an existing inventory, we haven't updated it for a long time. So I think that's what I'm hearing could be part of the goal.
Public land.
And private,
It does do private.
It does.
the development code does private.
Is there light on, being there something that we can do to kind of look at like, total coverage and, kind of just set a baseline and. Okay.
Yeah, it would be nice to say that although we have had to reduce because of problematic disease, whatever, at the same time, we have introduced X number. And so that the entire ecosystem of trees, it has not been diminished. Although many of the ones that go are big and beautiful and the new ones are little, but.
We're tracking the carbon
Yes.
impact
Okay, that's.
very closely, as far as shade coverage, that's an interesting thought.
Well, and another concern I have, I think really listening as a master plan. There isn't, and the same thing in Venice and everywhere else, I think people will go in and they'll, take out trees, it's whatever they need to build things, but then they leave like the crappiest, ugliest, half dead trees, and it's just like, why are you leaving that? Like when you go by Sunset Meadows right now, it's like.
It's the area you can't build on.
Well, it's all these condos that they took out, it's just like, all you see is these like half dead ugly junipers that shouldn't be there in the first place, you're like, well, what? I don't know if there's any way to codify that and trying to.
Here's the thing,
Trying to keep good ones and remove bad ones.
Here's the thing, I don't think there's anybody on this council that is against looking at trees in a different way, a new way. Trying to figure out what some better strategies are. I mean, Tree City USA, woo, woo, okay,
Yeah.
but that's a sign, that's a sign.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, let's face it, it's kind of a low bar, okay? Every city should be doing that, I mean, I think that's a minute, I know. But we do, but we're also sisters, and I think there's something else we can do, we just don't know what that is. So if there's a way to put in a bullet saying, we want to excel in trees. And the reasons why, I think that.
But if we're not going to back that up with codes, then, you know, whatever.
I agree.
We have, you know, if we're gonna say, well, what we're doing now is okay,
Well,
then are we really doing it?
But I think we will do those, I think, you know, just don't know what they are.
I have updated tree inventory and study options for preserving more significant trees and encouraging the planting of fire resistant trees on public and private property.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that sounds pretty good for a first shot.
And I think that we, like I said, the back of my mind, it's not critical, it's not a goal, but we need to think about some means of communicating with the public when we remove some significant trees in visible areas, why we're not.
One more communication
Yeah.
issue of.
And it may be part of a city,
Trees or something.
maybe once monthly, or something goes in the nugget, these are things we're working on, the city, you may know some trees coming in from the end of the jet, you know.
Every time I can tree, I'll get on the city website and tell everybody, you know, Facebook.
We do some street shots with everyone, 30 days in advance to get all comment.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
You all right?
Do you want, we didn't talk about that.
EV charging stations.
EV charging station, they each portable building,
Yeah.
just making
Yeah,
sure.
it's a lagging behind phase one because it's a different funding source, right? Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool, I just wanna make sure we do.
Well, actually, in my opinion, it's another thing that we're not long, but. Things are changing so rapidly in terms of the type of floods and things like that. Having these things a little bit later, probably smarter rather than.
Just in case.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay. Urban renewal.
Is there anybody that can't stay until after one? I should have asked that earlier, just kidding. Okay. Because it looks like I'm wrong.
I'm surprised you woke up to raise your hand. Oh, like that.
Okay, we're going to do.
Maybe chips to go delete them. So this first one is so some of these actually, Joe will be, really involved with the financing and having to get an update. The last council meeting and some of the activities there, looking at different financing options to, fund these priority projects that are coming up. And I think you know what those are, the roundabout are. We were talking about workforce housing and that, so, that's a goal, that will go into the next budget, reflect that money coming in, and then of course we'll have the debt service that will go out to pay for that. The Adams Avenue project, so getting caught up on this, we have the final, the cost estimates, of course, went up from the initial cost estimate. So it's kind of a decision where we are working on the funding strategy, but it's predominantly has to be funded by our, just because we have so many other priorities with the street fund. We have Bartlett, East Portal, we got other projects that were in the roundabout, other projects that we have offer for transportation. There's probably some cost sharing there. There's also probably some grants or maybe financing to complete that project. But it feeds into the last bullet that we added that I think also Ross brought up as an option, and that's, do we look at a URA plan amendment to increase or fully use the maximum indebtedness that's in the plan? Because we have the 2030 deadline, which is a commitment with the other taxing districts to kind of close the plan and just, fund the debt and phase out the district. We're leaving money on the table. And as I think I mentioned at the last URA meeting, our TIF collections have already exceeded what our projections were when we last looked at it 2 or 3 years ago. So we think we have more capacity to fund more projects. That's part of the, the financing models that we're putting together, but we may be able to add more funding to some of these projects like Adams, or add more projects to the list.
I have a clarification
Yeah.
question. So the 2030 deadline, so the URA will still exist after that, we're just not, the financing mechanism goes.
You're just not starting any projects, you're just funding the debt, paying off the debt.
Okay, we're not bringing in, taxing funding more after that.
You still are,
Still
but
are.
it's going
As long as you
straight
have
to
debt.
debt service.
Long.
Yeah.
Oh, we just can't.
So if there isn't any debt, then.
That's correct, you can't, right, you can't initiate any projects or create any new debt.
And to me, I think that there's nothing. Well, not very, to me, it only makes sense to do a plan amendment to utilize the maximum indebtedness of the URA. It doesn't mean we have to make it to the maximum indebtedness, it means we have the ability. And I think that's the key. Right now, as we currently are establishing, we do money on the table, we're not gonna be able to get at it. And I doubt that there's gonna be a lot of interest in renewing the URA and continue those taxing increments without performing new ones. There may be, but I think that with the projects we have, I believe we really should look at a plan amendment and allow ourselves to use that maximum indebtedness if we can.
How much more is that? Ish, 3 million, ish.
Yeah, it is about 2.7 actually. Yeah, and that's in addition.
It seems a little ridiculous.
That's in addition to
We've already been planning for that to be done.
Well, and I think when these decisions were made, we back, that it made sense, and now we're here where we are with inflation and everything else, and we really need to take a look at it. How do we do our job and fund the maximum amount of these and figure out how we're gonna cover?
I think what might be helpful is why I kind of consider planning amendments, if we go back to, something so balance with this and run the URA projections with the TIF. Then we'll have a better sense of like, if it's not 2030, oh, we can issue another bond in 2032 to get for 3 million more, right? So how close are we to that cutoff to be able to, get that more debt and use our TIF? Because there will be, we're getting about 450,000 in TIF.
Yeah, a little less.
Yeah, so I mean, there is a cap right now, we can't go up to the maximum indebtedness, we're limited by how much TIF we're collecting to be able to pay off.
There's a lot of variables, the other component of that is interest rates, if we're, right now, we're faced with 6% interest, it doesn't behoove us to go and get financing right now.
Right.
We were not gonna get the bang for our buck, so it's maybe better to do kind of a line of credit or some kind of short-term financing until those rates get better, then we can kind of buy into a project list a little easier with the tax. So,
And our ability to have councils in the future be able to start a new URA. If they can pinpoint projects like Adam Street that have been completed and are crown jewel of the community, they would be much more likely to get everybody on board for a new URA or a new project.
Easier to sell a pool if you have success in the past, no doubt.
And at 6%, there's no guarantee that it's 6% interest rate. Might not look, 2 years from now, like a really low interest rate.
That's true. It's true. But I think that by putting it as a goal, it basically says to staff, let's examine this, see where we're gonna go. That's what we're gonna do. It's, all these are really intended to help form the work plan, the folks in this room that listen to us yak. And, so to me, it just makes sense, but.
Okay, you notice that we still have the art in here, so that's the goal would be to, so we'll get the funding in the budget and then initiate the public art procurement installation process for that, and that will probably take about a year.
a little more.
Probably. Gary's already gonna start to think about it. West Side Pump Station, that's gonna be, underway, we're starting to get underway, which is a priority project for wastewater services side. So any other goals? We have workforce housing, but that's kind of, we've done that now. That'll probably even be.
We might be done with.
We have to move some funding out right now, we have to kind of wait and see what the requests or the applications look like. So that we're going to again this year, but
Does anybody else have any goals that we kind of haven't discussed that they really want to talk about?
Or is there ones that got brought up by the public that we haven't incorporated yet? So,
I got a couple things, the volunteerism part of it, I mean, where it looks like, there was that section about it. There are some cities that have a volunteer coordinator type position involved in this, and those other things. Is that something that as we grow, that might be something that we fold into it, or are we just trying to kind of make it clearly now some information? Can you?
C4C is doing some of that work right now.
Uh-huh.
So I would say in a city our size, staffing levels,
Uh-huh.
it would probably lead into more of the nonprofit world, but depending upon where we go.
Yeah, depending on how it goes, and one of the things I think about, I think we're, per capita more volunteers than most places. I think that we're just a super engaged community. There's most people do 2 or 3 volunteering things. A lot of us do all do that kind of stuff. I just want to make sure we're not missing something that we could jump on board with.
I think in the past, Paul had mentioned, that we might want to look at regulating water usage. I think I remember you saying something to that effect. Anyway, this is also on our list.
Is that about the volunteerism with it, or are you changing this?
No, I'm talking about water usage,
I was talking about volunteerism and I wasn't completed yet.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just, you lost me. Yeah, you
I'm
lost.
very sorry.
Okay.
I think, so it is an interesting dynamic here, right? Because a lot of volunteers are nonprofit outside groups and stuff, and like the volunteer coordinator typically for cities, in my experience, and they kind of, yeah, it's kind of a gray area, is you have a lot of programming that requires volunteers that are coordinating for the city, right? We need shelters to volunteer at our library, we don't run the library.
Yeah.
We need people that help serve Meals on Wheels at our senior center, we don't have senior center or Meals on Wheels here, so we don't actually have a lot of volunteers besides our board and commission members with the city organization.
Yeah.
It's the groups outside of the city organization. It's almost like we need a community
Right.
volunteer.
That's why I asked. I wasn't trying to I wasn't trying to create a position in the city. I was just asking because I want to know how it works and how it might work here. But it sounds like a need's getting fulfilled by a nonprofit, which is good. Hopefully,
Yeah.
at least part of it.
It'd be kind of cool to have a clearinghouse somewhere, whether that's on our website or someone else, in the community where it's like, you want to volunteer? Here's all the groups in town that need volunteers, and volunteers.
Accomplish where those same groups can post saying, hey, we need some folks
Yeah.
to help us next month with our.
Yeah, I think, and I think that both sides, once C4C gets to their thing and they start identifying some of that stuff, there may be a way for us to come back into the conversation and partner with them somehow and get information out in and out. Maybe. Okay, thank you for letting me know.
So to answer your comment then, I know that there's some, I think this could tie to Explore Sisters, where we have 2 things that were mentioned, what you just mentioned, and calendars. So we asked Explore Sisters to have a calendar of events on Explore Sisters. And then the other thing would be, there are volunteer tourism, where people go into a community and do volunteer work.
Yeah.
And so
That might merge the
it
two.
might come to 2, we could have volunteers as something to do in the summer for the kids, whatever, yeah.
So just on that note, there will be a community calendar on the Explore Sisters website. It will not be maybe necessarily all the sporting events, but would probably be the big like sporting tournaments and festivals and all those things. So that is coming. The website that's out right now is just phase 1. And then the tourism volunteer kind of vacation was actually a topic that they discussed that they're aware of and would be probably potentially something to explore. So that is on the radar.
And they have some of the right people too, in terms of citizens that are on that particular board. That have a sense of what that means, and so, I was gonna say, if you hadn't said something, I was gonna. Board citizens looking at that, yeah.
I appreciate that. And another thing, I have had comments, and this is just one of those things where I've had comments about some people are concerned about valleys and the way they present themselves. And maybe it's not for this goal setting, but maybe next year we can talk about. How we present our alleys, because people walk down, you know, and it would be nice if the codes were a little. Explicit on that presentation of town, which is. What do we want our alleys to look like? We don't want them to look junky. I don't think they have to look like a storefront either, but maybe there's a way to. I don't know, codify just some improvements in that area, possibly.
Do we require trash enclosures so people move their garbage? Yeah, if we require trash enclosures so they can't just leave their trash in the home.
But there's a lot of them out there that live in the use process.
Yeah.
So they never had it recorded.
It's been like that for
Yeah.
40 years.
It's not a city code, it's by development code.
This is development.
Yeah, I think it should be a city code.
I know, I'm just throwing it out there because I want to make sure, again, we talk about having future goals, and I think that might be one where we just keep it in your minds, everybody.
I think we keep in mind that we don't just have alleys in downtown, or we also have alleys throughout town that people use. Kind of back and forth, and so that also gets to. At least making sure that they're safe, and that some neighbors haven't decided that the alley actually belong to them and we're moved in.
Yeah, I just, you know, again, I think it's just an overall improvement, you know.
Two other topics that have come up that weren't on the list, but city council stipends is an idea that's come up a few times. And that's, you know, typically something you look at for future councils that you would implement, right? So it would be something that we would study, whatever that might line governance, I would suggest, if there was an interest in that.
I'm not interested.
I am,
What are we talking about?
Paying city council.
council compensation.
Oh, yeah, no, I think we should look at that, definitely should look at that. And again, it needs to happen next
It's a
year.
nice solution to get more diversity and the honesty of public government, younger people, yeah, we count all the time.
Yeah,
I have to pay for daycare.
yes.
There's lots of cities that will pay for your daycare, they'll pay for your health insurance, they'll have creative ways to handle it. But there is one common thing between the five of us, at this table.
Especially
We
us
can-
in the white here.
We can financially, well, some of us can financially,
I'm okay with talking about
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
I just, if there's a mechanism. To do it, there has to be a mechanism to opt out. Cause I want to say, well, but I'm not gonna prevent others from having.
Yeah,
And
that's.
that's personal.
I would,
Yeah,
but I would want to out. I mean,
as long as it is not public, because then that's kind of public, anybody else will feel like they actually be.
Oh, I agree, or the ability, I think that's all behind the scenes sorts of things, but, if it's mandatory, you have to receive it, I know.
And the
And
person
the-
when somebody wagged their finger in your face and said, I paid your salary.
No, it's not.
Yes, but that is exactly what they would
They
say.
already say that, they've been talking on this developer money, and I got to check that.
Of all.
I spent, just so everybody's clear, nobody in the state will ever get paid, because we're only in office, we talk about it. We can communicate it, correct, right? You have to get rid of that.
yeah, really, commissioners do that.
You could-
Commissioner.
Yeah.
Well, that's Kim.
But like City of Bend is, they have an outside committee that is studying their pay structure, so they're not. They're not doing it, their committee is studying it, and, you know, so that's probably what we would do, now, the time. to do it, correct?
So I will bring this up.
No, I'm like,
Yeah, it needs to be discussed.
So-
I think that the trick is you have an opposite, the ability to donate it to something, or to do whatever, if we don't want to.
Okay, he's got one.
I didn't say I'll have more.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's got one.
Oh, we do.
So to the public comments, and then also something that, I briefed, I think most councilors on, regarding public safety, you know, perhaps this idea of doing another survey of where our service levels are at, our staffing levels. We've been in negotiations for over a year with the DCSO for about a year, on a fourth deputy. And we're continuing to look at that, but costs have really escalated, to add an additional deputy, and so we kind of working on the budget right now, Joe and I, kind of estimating what our general revenue is gonna look like, what council goals are gonna look like, because that's gonna tell us what kind of capacity we have financially out of the general fund to be able to pay for more public safety. Bring this up because one of the things that we heard at the open house and the online survey was like traffic enforcement, and with that, maybe a fourth deputy would then be solely focused on, ticketing speakers or whatever it is, and making sure people feel safe as they walk through town, but maybe we go out and get a better sense through another public safety survey of how we're doing. What is the, we're gonna get better data and reporting and stuff from DCSO, but that's out there, and I don't know if there's a goal around this, or if it's just something that we're gonna probably build in doing another survey. I just want to kind of bring that up and kind of brief you on where we're at with that for deputy negotiation.
Wasn't the reason to have the fourth deputy was to stay ahead of the curve, but not necessarily that we needed it right now?
Yeah, and it does help with like staffing and get that with the coverage, especially with like, summertime's a busy time, so many people take vacation and say, they're having trouble like everywhere else with recruitment and things like that. I think it's helpful for us to have a little time to build in that though, knowing, it did change the flavor when we were looking at $1 amount to build into our budget for that amendment to a much larger amount that made Bill and I look at it like, ooh, can we afford that? That's a big chunk of our general fund.
So, and while the calls are up, I don't see a proliferation of extra crime, except other than maybe a little bit of the speeding and running stop signs.
Only on that news story.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, so I don't know if there's a huge need. The other question is, will a new sheriff be operating in a different position than we are right now? With negotiating with them and stuff like that. So maybe it's good to wait for the new sheriff. I don't know. Just don't know.
Yeah. The sense of the increase. Significant. Over what we really thought it was going to be.
200 more,
150.
150 more.
150 more than if you took the contract and prorated it.
Yeah, it's compared to what we're paying right now. For 3 days.
Oh, compared to what we're paying right now, it's significantly more, 250.
And whatever using its explanation.
So cost of living adjustments is, when we in 2020, it looked like 3 to 4% each year, right? We had a 40% escalator in the contract.
Yeah.
Well, I forget the number, but it's double digits, compared, right? So it's 30% increase or whatever in terms of what the contract negotiations in a high inflation environment. When we had CPI at 9%, right? A lot of these contracts were getting negotiated. And so there was, cost of living adjustments, but also salary adjustments that, the cost per hour of the deputy went from 60 something to 80 or something like that for salary and benefits. So that's kind of the environment we're working in, is that reality of some.
So I guess the question is, do we want to add any kind of goals to press this issue or anything, and just kind of let staff kind of just keep going?
I think we have made those decisions behind the scenes.
I can, I was kind of part of, the little bit of the contract originally, but I don't feel like I need to jump in until we kind of know a little more information.
I'm gonna, if you really talk about community and safety, we've had some high profile arrests and stuff. They're not residents. They're people typically where they stop them because this is the choke point. They're coming over 20, they head over 20, and where do you stop them? You stop them around Sisters. That's the easiest place to stop them. And that gets the news, that gets people up in arms. What's happening around the little community? It's not safe to walk down the street and mark.
Okay.
Yeah, that's this is, like I said, so it sounds like it doesn't need to be going, it is something that we are going to be working on. The contract is through June 2025,
Right.
so we're gonna be, we're now not looking at doing an amendment, but we are looking ahead to having to negotiate a new contract And probably in advance of we can do a survey to see,
Possibly with share.
within a year, and some qualitative data with that quantitative that they're giving us and if we can help feed into the comments.
Sounds good.
All right.
Council President Long, we have the.
Possibly for Joe. Since the pool is such a big deal, a community pool is such a big deal, would it be feasible to contact Madras? Is that like the biggest, smallest town that has an aquatic center? And take whatever their costs were and extrapolate, if we were to do something here of comparable size, what the tax rate would be, the bond, or we have to go out for operation bond and a building bond, what the rate would be per thousand of homeowners. Because I think in any kind of community meetings we have, people are still gonna say, well, why can't we have a municipal pool? Why can't we have a municipal pool? And I think if they had some concept of what it actually cost, because even in Madras, that land was donated, so they didn't have to buy that land. Right, so, we would need to include, the actual value of that land.
Yeah, I think there's 4 things involved. Because I can tell you that the gate, even on a well-used pool, your gate revenues will account for maybe 40 to 45% of the pool operations. The remainder has to be funded through revenue via taxes.
And I remember their operation budget did not meet their needs.
Or foundation.
Right, and then, like I said, Lemon, we had 2 schools, and one, a very, very tight structure. We still were subsidizing between 40 and 50% depending on the year, and it varies.
Yeah, so to have some idea, because, people just don't have a concept of it. And that if we said, oh, well, we're only gonna build an outdoor, just one pool, it's just gonna be a regular pool with the cover on it, and, everybody go, oh, no, I want waves, and I want glad, nobody wants just the basic pool. So.
Yeah.
That would be
If we did invest in like an Olympic size school, then we could have tournaments and stuff there, so it could be.
Yeah.
That's a bring in and out. We had an Olympic sized pool and it was.
Yeah, it would have to be a school district, park district, city.
Yes, right, it'd have to be a bigger board, a much bigger assessed value,
Well,
otherwise it'd be, that's.
And the missing part right here is that we live in a county, the only counties in the state, which you've heard about this is not a parks district.
Yeah.
And the majority of people who would be using this pool are living in Sisters Country, but outside the city of Sisters.
Right.
And
So we have to have a pool district that would be
Yes,
much.
and that was kind of, I was referred to in very any jokingly when I said that simply pool and recreation district, you would want to look at a special district.
Yeah,
A special fund district that will allow you to be perhaps school district boundaries are greater, and that's how you have to do it, and I think the way you do it is you work with SPRD behind the scene. They manage it, they run it, and they have the tax base to do it, and it's a part of that SPRD, as we know, it has to go away, it's just the way the special district
Right.
law.
yeah, it would be a big deal, but, I always say, I know it's way too expensive, but it would be nice to have something concrete to say,
I don't-
this is how you do this.
This is what it costs, you ready to pay that?
If pools were money-making ventures, there would be a Walmart pool in every town in the United States, right? I mean, that's just how it is. So we know they lose money and they have to be funded and that has to be
But
part of
then
the
the
concept. No,
Okay.
we used to have one of those.
But that's okay, you can make the same argument that a city park loses money, except for our campground, it's just.
No,
you draw
I
the
don't-
line between, it's essential infrastructure.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, nobody's talked,
Yeah.
on the city council level more than I have. Been to Prineville to meet with their pool people, and, there just wasn't enough discussion around that to keep that conversation going. If it's coming back,
Do they have a pool in Franklin?
yeah, they do. They
Yeah.
have a- It's,
It's not a 1950.
they were, there was actually a.
That's right.
There was
Stepping it up.
There was actually a foundation that was doing all the work and they still couldn't come to a consensus on it, and which is kind of sad, but that's how it goes.
Yeah.
There has to be,
Time.
there, well, and I think it's the same with sisters, I think that there has to be enough grassroots. Public input to do it, I mean, we can talk about it all day long and sit, but if the public doesn't push hard enough on their end of it.
And if
It
somebody
doesn't
doesn't come forward, donate.
It doesn't give them,
Toledo, which is town about the size we are or smaller.
and I know the mayor, so if you.
Yeah, they had that, school district had the pool, they had a city pool, nobody wanted to pay to run it. So Bob Keeper was on the board, he does work with Special District Association work, and he went down and worked with them, and they put together a special district and funded it to run that pool.
Yeah.
Now, the pool was already built, but to run that old pool, so it can be done. And you have in this town the expertise to do it. If that's something that there's willingness to do.
I think that overall, town is affluent enough, and even the people in the county, it's affluent enough. You just gotta get everybody sold on the same idea, and a pool idea by itself is one part of it. The rest is like what you're saying, that it doesn't have, what amenities does it also have? Because everybody's been arguing about that.
And where are you gonna put it? And that's when I school that's around that the SPRD does not.
Did we have a bullet for urgent care, bringing urgent care home?
No,
No. Did we not have job and?
Well, like, yeah, that's what it's, we made some, in the city, we made some progress in getting mosaic here, that was just something that. I saw from Corey helped out with a little bit, I think that comment I said earlier about there's just a lot of stuff that the chamber, I think, really should be leading on, I think that's one of those things. So I don't know how we could on those, but
Sorry.
whatever.
I think that some of the people who were in these comments who said, we don't want to grow, we don't want to get bigger, keep us small. Or some of the people saying we need urgent care, and we need these, how are you gonna get something like an urgent care in, quite frankly? Is gonna have a slightly larger town. Because there's a break even point for them in terms of population.
Or a sicker town.
Or a single. But my point is that I think that as we'll look at this UGB expansion and people over that in Vegas, it's not just housing, it's also other types of stock. That might be the end of this and get urgent care.
I don't think that means we don't encourage it, we want to continue to encourage it.
Well, I got my hand open the other day, I thought, well, need a stitch, probably, then drive the bed, get a stitch, now I've already managed to grab out of the seals.
Is everybody comfortable with this list that we have?
I have one question for Karen, that's all. The Civic Leadership Academy, is that something that you want to see here, like council supports?
I think
Better
we're
good
good.
governance?
Yeah, no, I think we're good,
Okay.
with the budget with that, since it's
Okay.
approved last year, and then the goals last year.
Just wasn't sure,
Hoping to
wanted
make it-
memorialized in
We're
there.
hoping to work that into more civic engagement stuff, just as a regular work
Okay,
process.
okay.
Staff, does everybody okay?
Yeah, we capture everything. Is there any other
Any big
ideas?
holes?
We want to throw annexation, updating the annexation criteria.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
we throw it in the development of that page, so with it. Yeah.
that's the next step, right, but again,
Well, yeah, it's
That
like,
should be something, and we kind of wanted to do it.
I personally,
Good idea.
yeah.
Yeah, next steps. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
You have to go? Okay. Is there anything else that we wanted to? I mean,
Everybody, did we capture the counselor goals, okay, discuss them?
Okay.
Everybody accepting, if not,
We just need sign.
no, but nobody's happy, everyone's just excited. Yeah,
Okay, who had that we don't want to be good, and so.
I mean, actually, this is pretty good, for, maybe next year we can go 2 days, so, just a snapshot is, I think this is well within our capabilities of doing these programs, some of these, I think they're vague enough that success will depend on, we get traction with the community, how does it get formed, public art, for example, is kind of, what will that look like in a few months as we kind of shape that, but, yeah, I think what we'll do now is, take good notes, we'll compile this and bring it back for you guys to take a look at, wordsmith, and then adopt.
everything fits within you believe we're not biting on one week, Chief? I mean, I certainly don't want it.
That's what I want to hear.
Some of these things are naturally gonna be more than 1 year projects, you know, like your roundabout, it's gonna take a year to cure that art, right?
Yeah.
Right, so I mean, it's kind of a natural. With some of these.
Is that process gonna be a lot on the last roundabout where it's?
It'll be potentially similar, but without the caveat of it being federally funded, so that will take some of the. What is it, the binds off of it, right? So I haven't dug into it very deeply yet. So.
Right.
But
I know
overall,
some homeowners that are interested, you know,
We'll
I
go
know
through-
there's some
we'll still go through a
Yeah,
process where an outside
Chief.
takes in all the applications.
Right, okay.
And does that.
I just was just checking, I didn't know how different it's gonna be.
We-
I mean,
Probably very similar, but without the federal.
They're significant, which is, well, some events on, we can take it, got some money, it's gone.
Just the final word is that, yeah, and we have some gorillas that will take time, UGB, the big, you know, public infrastructure projects. And then we have the wild cards, right, the day-to-day stuff that, you know, the land use case that sucks out multiple hearings and takes a lot of time. Shelter application, for example, so, you know, we will be nimble, and we'll keep you apprised of how we're doing on progress and all that, as we always do, but. That's just the nature of what we do as a local government, so we'll have things come out of right field and deal with them as we can.
I have a question, and it's just sort of. We took the this water sustainability world out. We had specifically saying water resiliency or something like that. Are we gonna get flack from some of the folks in town that think we're gonna run out of water tomorrow, especially if we expand by not having the word water in there somewhere? It's just a,
Well, it's in our sustainability plan.
yeah, but it's the sustainability plan, if someone's looking at the council goals, and doesn't see the actual word water in there somewhere, does that leave the door open for some of those folks to start beating us down on the whole idea of development?
we just don't care about the water issue, huh?
No.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I actually think that.
It inadvertently created problems for these people.
I mean, our capital improvements that we're talking about is, a lot of it is reservoir as well, flood hardening and, you know. I think there's a lot of water stuff in there. Does it speak directly to sustainability and conservation? Well, the rate, you know, the rates, you know, there's lots of things.
You can argue support service at this point, conservation is almost, it's pretty much mandated, you know, to get your low flow shower heads, all those things, like, this is something that we do that's below the water. It's part of what we do, yeah.
Nice.
We could, that second bullet, continue implementation of the city's environmental and water conservation plan.
Something like that, I just don't wanna leave,
Right.
There you go.
have people beating on the door to planning, or beating on the door to you, saying, we're not doing this anymore, this is important, they're running out of water in Redmond, they're running out of water in Eagle Crest, they're running out of water in wherever it happens.
Makes sense.
That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not hung up, I just really got to think I'm burning it, but I don't think you guys exposed.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah,
When we see this again, and.
what's on that song?
That's not. You like that answer? Probably not until the 28th. And then we talk more. Okay, so, yeah.
Will we be approving it on the 28th?
It's up to how well we do on the wordsmith data.
Okay. All right, so,
Did you capture,
Yeah, I have it on the 28th.
we're all over the map.
all right, any last comments or questions? We're done. Okay,
Stop.
sorry, we went over.
Nice job.
Yeah, better be one of those.
You guys did work on.
You guys.
So,
Bye.